Chapter 491. In fact, Jun Xiaoyao's actions were actually beneficial to the Beauty Clan. Not only would the Beauty Clan gain freedom, but they would also gain the authority to manage the immortal ancient races. In the past, the Dragon-Human Clan was the leader of the 4 great clans. Now, after Jun Xiaoyao was done with the reorganization, the Beauty Clan would undoubtedly become the leader of the immortal ancient races. Therefore, Li Xian had no reason to refuse. Instead, she was happy to manage the clan for Jun Xiaoyao. "Chu Yue, take young Master Jun to rest first," Li Xian said and gave Li Yue a look. If Li Yue could develop with Jun Xiaoyao, it would be better for the Beauty Clan. Li Yue blushed, but she still nodded. Her little heart was pounding as she took Jun Xiaoyao to rest. He didn't die after entering the Bronze Immortal Palace, and even became a saint. Young Master Jun's future is extraordinary. Following him might be an opportunity for the Beauty Clan, Li Xian muttered to herself. She vaguely felt that the decision she made today was probably the wisest and most correct one. As the commotion caused by Jun Xiaoyao in the ancestral land of the Dragon-Human Clan spread, all the creatures in the immortal ancient world were extremely shocked. The son of God of the Jun family has become the will of the immortal ancient world. He also killed the heavenly venerable ancestor of the Dragon-Human Clan, Ao Tianming. Even Ao Canyuan was willing to bow down and call him master. The son of God of the Jun family has the ability to lead us out of the immortal ancient world. One by one, the news spread everywhere as if it had grown wings. Many ancestors of the immortal ancient races were shocked when they heard the news. Then they began to consider. However, it didn't take long for almost all the ancestors of the immortal ancient races to come to a decision. They would submit to Jun Xiaoyao. Other than that, there was no other way. Even the ancestor of the Dragon-Human Clan, Ao Canyuan, had submitted to him. The 4 great immortal ancient races were the leaders of all the races. Now that even the leaders were willing to submit, what reason did they have to resist? Moreover, it was useless to resist. They would only be throwing away their lives. If they submitted, they would have the opportunity to leave the immortal ancient world. This was a temptation that none of the immortal ancient clans could resist. The patriarchs of many races could no longer hold themselves back. They tried to leave the ancestral land and were pleasantly surprised to find that they could leave. This was because Jun Xiaoyao had slightly changed the rules of the immortal ancient world, allowing these experts to leave the ancestral land. We can really leave the ancestral land. The son of God of the Jun family didn't lie to us. Correct? He can lead us out of immortal ancient. Now, all of the immortal ancient races were completely convinced. They began to reorganize their clansmen and began to send leaders to the Beauty Tribe's ancestral land. On the other side of the Beauty Tribe, Jun Xiaoyao was comfortably bathing in a spirit qi hot spring. This was one of Jun Xiaoyao's few hobbies. Jun Xiaoyao realized that he had not been so relaxed in a long time. From eternal burial earth to immortal ancient world, he didn't rest at all. Li Yue, on the other hand, was kneeling beside him. Her face was flushed red as she massaged his shoulders with her soft hands. "It smells so good." Li Yue stayed beside Jun Xiaoyao and sniffed. She was infatuated with him. This fragrance was emitted from Jun Xiaoyao's body. Jun Xiaoyao's body had been tempered by the myriad qi and was flawless. It emitted a natural fragrance. If some peerless, ferocious beast smelled this fragrance, they would probably go crazy and want to devour Jun Xiaoyao. However, Li Yue only felt intoxicated. "You didn't leave Immortal Ancient with your sister?" Jun Xiaoyao asked casually. "Young master, Yue's talent is limited. Even if I go out, I won't be able to help my sister. So, I might as well stay in Immortal Ancient." Li Yue hurriedly replied. "I see. Don't worry. You will be able to meet your sister soon." Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. "This is all thanks to you." Li Yue smiled shyly. While Jun Xiaoyao gave off a cold and aloof vibe, He was as gentle as a gentleman when it came to talking. What a perfect person! Li Qiuyue sighed. She didn't expect to be favored by Jun Xiaoyao. Li Qiuyue would be satisfied as long as she could stay with him occasionally and massage his shoulders and legs like now. Jun Xiaoyao closed his eyes and began to think about what to do next. If nothing unexpected happened, these immortal ancient races should know their limits and know what choice they should make. Speaking of which, I wonder how the immortal domain is now. Jun Xiaoyao thought. After he finished reorganizing the immortal ancient races, he was ready to return to the Jun family and then go to Emperor's Road. By the way, I'm also 18 years old. I wonder if the family will hold a coming-of-age ceremony for me. Also, the 18th ancestor told me about my father and some of the family's secrets. It should be time for him to tell me. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. However, he would have to wait until he returned to the Jun family. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. All the immortal ancient races gathered at the Beauty Tribe's ancestral land. Leading them were the 3 great immortal ancient races. The Dragon Man race was led by Ao Tsongyuan. The ancient witch race was led by a witch king of the great heavenly venerate level. The 3-eyed sacred race was the same. They more or less had some friction with Jun Xiaoyao before, but now there was only respect and excitement in their eyes. On a cliff in the Beauty Tribe's ancestral land, Jun Xiaoyao, Li Xian, Li Qiuyue, and the others appeared. Looking at the endless group of immortal ancient races at the bottom of the cliff, Li Qiuyue's beautiful eyes widened in shock. This was a rare sight in the immortal ancient. All the immortal ancient races gathered together. That kind of power shook heaven and earth. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was as calm as water. Born in a clan of the ancients, he had seen all kinds of big scenes. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao was very calm. Even so, he was still a little surprised by the power that had been gathered. This power was already very terrifying. It was enough to start an immortal war with other immortal forces. Jun Xiaoyao slowly stepped forward, looked around, and said, "It seems that you are all smart people. I, the Son of God, won't talk too much. I, the Son of God, want to establish a force, and you can all be considered the first batch of elders. If you sincerely submit to me, the Son of God, and work for me, the Son of God, you will get a broad and bright future. However, if you harbor evil intentions and conspire against me," Jun Xiaoyao paused. The color of the heavens and earth immediately changed as thunder rumbled. Chains of order appeared like lightning with an intimidating aura. Jun Xiaoyao was the will of the immortal ancient world. If he was angry, the immortal ancient world would be angry too. At that instant, Jun Xiaoyao's icy intent poured down like the wrath of the heavens. Every living thing in the immortal ancient world trembled in fear that originated from their souls. Looking at the pale faces, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered as he collected his emotions. The heavens and earth instantly became clear, as if everything that happened before was just an illusion. Of course, to return the favor, if you are loyal to me, the Son of God, I, the Son of God, will grant you power and freedom. I will let your name spread across the 9 heavens immortal realm together with my Son of God's force. Lastly, I hope you all remember one thing. Jun Xiaoyao paused for a second before he waved his sleeves and said in a bold tone, "The one you are following is a future martial monarch." Chapter 492. Jun Xiaoyao's words were like a huge rock falling into the sea, setting off huge waves. Everyone was shocked. They would be following a future great emperor. If these words came from the mouths of other geniuses, they would only find it laughable. But when it came from Jun Xiaoyao's mouth, no one dared to refute. Could ordinary geniuses have Jun Xiaoyao's invincible aura? Could ordinary geniuses escape from the bronze immortal palace, one of the 7 inconceivable wonders? Could ordinary geniuses become saints at this age? It was completely impossible. Only Jun Xiaoyao could create such a miracle. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's heroic spirit was undoubtedly deeply imprinted in the hearts of every immortal ancient creature. We will pledge our lives to follow Master's footsteps. Ao Tsang was the first to shout. Immediately after, all of the creatures of Immortal Ancient began to shout loudly, praising Jun Xiaoyao's name. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao revealed a faint smile. This was the effect he wanted. Jun Xiaoyao did not need obedient slaves. What he needed were people who could truly work for him loyally. Don't worry, this son of God will not treat you unfairly. You will soon be able to leave the immortal ancient world. Before that, those whose cultivation is above the sage-to-be realm are qualified to enter the bronze immortal palace to cultivate, Jun Xiaoyao said. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Some did not understand the meaning behind Jun Xiaoyao's words. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao slowly raised his head and looked at the sky. All the immortal ancient creatures also looked at the sky with Jun Xiaoyao. Then they saw a majestic bronze immortal palace that looked like an ancient mountain. It broke through the air and floated in the void. The entire bronze immortal palace was filled with an ancient and vicissitude aura, as if it had crossed the river of time. That is the bronze immortal palace. All the immortal ancient creatures' minds exploded. Why would the bronze immortal palace appear here again? The gazes of many immortal ancient creatures all turned towards Jun Xiaoyao. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's confident expression, they suddenly had an idea. Could it be that Jun Xiaoyao didn't escape from the bronze immortal hall, but had taken control of it? Hiss! When they thought of this possibility, the hearts of many beings trembled violently. That was the bronze immortal palace, an ominous place where even supreme beings could die. Yet Jun Xiaoyao was actually able to control it. For a moment, Jun Xiaoyao became even more unfathomable in their eyes. What was different from ordinary immortal ancient creatures was that the Dawn Immortal, Ao Tsang and other top experts could feel that there were several auras that made them feel incomparable fear hidden within the bronze immortal palace. There are living creatures in the green bronze immortal palace, and from the looks of it, could it have obeyed young Master Jun's orders? The Dawn Immortal's heart was filled with overwhelming shock. Jun Xiaoyao's methods were truly beyond her expectations. Ao Tsang felt incomparably fortunate. Fortunately, I submitted to Master. Otherwise, putting aside the immortal ancient rules, just the aura within the bronze immortal palace is enough to threaten my life. With the appearance of the bronze immortal palace, all the immortal ancient creatures no longer had any other thoughts and wholeheartedly followed Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao felt that the reorganization was about done. He raised his hand, and countless immortal ancient rules appeared in the void. Then they condensed into slave seals. Even supreme beings like Ao Tsang could not remove these slave seals. Ao Tsang and the others also obediently let the slave seals be planted into their primordial spirits. The Dawn Immortal and the others of the beauty race were also planted with slave seals. The Dawn Immortal and the others did not mind. In public, they had to treat everyone equally. Jun Xiaoyao also could not be biased towards the beauty race. After Jun Xiaoyao planted slave seals in all the immortal ancient creatures, Jun Xiaoyao finally heaved a sigh of relief. After using carrots and sticks, using both kindness and power, Jun Xiaoyao finally completely controlled the forces of the immortal ancient races. To put it bluntly, this force combined was enough to start an immortal war. It's about time. It's time to return to the family. I wonder if I still have to hold my 18th coming-of-age ceremony. Oh, right, when the time comes, I still have to transcend the sage tribulation. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. At this point, the matter of the immortal ancient world was completely over. Next, some experts of the immortal ancient world would enter the bronze immortal palace to cultivate. The bronze immortal palace was now completely Jun Xiaoyao's private property. The spirit qi in the bronze immortal palace was not weaker than that of the immortal ancient world. As for the rest of the immortal ancient creatures, Jun Xiaoyao ordered them to explore all kinds of hidden opportunities. All of the treasures that were unearthed would serve as the foundation for Jun Xiaoyao to build his forces. The beauty race became the manager of the immortal ancient race, managing the order of the entire immortal ancient race. Everything seemed to be in order. The Dawn Immortal, Ao Tsangyuan, and other supreme old ancestor-level experts also entered the Bronze Immortal Palace. These supreme old ancestors were like country bumpkins entering the city. They looked at the Bronze Immortal Palace with amazement and amazement. An old blind man and the others did not appear for the time being. Obviously, they were not interested in dealing with these immortal ancient experts. Jun Xiaorao also confirmed that the Bronze Immortal Palace would become a mobile fortress of his force. The space inside was stacked, and it could easily accommodate 100,000 people. After everything was settled, Jun Xiaoyao also left and prepared to return to the Jun family. Just as Jun Xiaoyao finished his trip to the Immortal Ancient. In the entire Huangtian mystic realm, waves were surging in the dark, as if a storm was coming. Ever since the news of the reincarnation demon sect's treasure vault spread, the entire Huangtian mystic realm had not been peaceful. The treasure vault of an immortal force was very tempting. If any immortal force could get their hands on this treasure vault, their strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. However, the key to finding and opening the treasure vault of the reincarnation demon sect was with the Jun family. The son of the reincarnation demon sect, Wang Chuan, was the only one who could find and open the treasure vault of the reincarnation demon sect. Naturally, the Jun family was pushed to the forefront of the storm. At the same time, the news that the Jun family was going to hold a coming-of-age ceremony for Jun Xiaoyao had spread. Many other powers had also received invitations to the event. This proved that the Jun family was not joking. They were really going to hold a coming-of-age ceremony for the son of God of the Jun family who had passed away. Of course, there were also people who thought that Jun Xiaoyao might not be dead. However, those who thought so were few. This was because the ferocious name of the Bronze Immortal Palace had been deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. How could Jun Xiaoyao have survived a place where even supreme beings could be killed? Just as everyone was speculating, the day of the Jun family's coming-of-age ceremony finally arrived. Countless forces gathered at the Jun family in the Emperor State, like rivers flowing into the sea. Many forces had ulterior motives. They were not there to watch the coming-of-age ceremony without the main character. Instead, they wanted to know if the forces that were hostile to the Jun family would make any moves. Just as the day of the coming-of-age ceremony arrived, creatures stepped out of Zulong, Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, Qilin Ancient Cave, and other places. They looked in the direction of the Jun family in the Emperor State, and their eyes burned with flames. It's time to give the Jun family a big gift. Chapter 493. In the Emperor State, where the Jun family was located. At this moment, there was a sea of people. Carriages and teams from all over had gathered. Ancient beasts covered the sky with their wings, dragon horses neighed, and golden chariots flew across the sky. Since the opening of the Emperor Road, many geniuses had embarked on their journey. The entire Huangtian mystic realm had rarely been so lively. The Daoji heavenly sect has arrived. A master of ceremonies from the Jun family shouted. A hale and hearty old man led a group of people. It was the old Taoist from the Daoji heavenly sect. The old Taoist spirit was far better than before. Obviously, the recovery of spiritual qi in the mystic realm had also benefited him. However, at this moment, the old Taoist's eyes were filled with a hint of complexity. He muttered to himself, back then, the son of God of the Jun family was so high-spirited. As soon as he was born, he suppressed the supreme demonic corpse and rose like a sun. His name spread far and wide. But now, the old Taoist sighed in his heart. However, he didn't think that Jun Xiaoyao would die so easily. Perhaps he was still undergoing some kind of training. The princess of the Great Shang dynasty has arrived. As soon as the voice fell, the princess of the Great Shang dynasty arrived. She had attended Jun Xiaoyao's 10-year-old banquet. Now that she was here again, she was still as beautiful as before. However, her face was pale and haggard. Many people around saw this scene and whispered to each other. The princess of the great Shang dynasty fell in love with the son of God once she met him. Until now, I don't know how many young men have proposed to her. Yeah, this princess heard that the son of God of the Jun family had fallen in the bronze divine palace. She shut herself in for 7 days and looked haggard because of him. Sigh, the most infuriating thing is that the son of God of the Jun family doesn't even know the name of the princess of the great Shang dynasty. Such a beauty is just a passerby. The son of God of the Jun family is really a sinful man. He has let down so many beauties. Many male cultivators around were lamenting. Jun Xiaoyao fell in the bronze divine palace alone, but thousands of girls in the mystic realm were sad and haggard. They didn't want to eat or drink. He was a sinful man. The princess of the great Shang ignored the gossip around her and merely muttered to herself in her heart, "Lord Son of God, I once went to your 10-years-old banquet. Now that you're an adult at the age of 18, I don't see you back." The princess of Great Shang was not the only one who was sad for Jun Xiaoyao. In another direction, a group of people arrived. The one in the lead was a woman wearing a red feather dress. She had a slim figure, long legs, and snow-white skin. Her long red hair was as bright as flames, and there was a dot of killing intent between her eyebrows. Her face was as beautiful as a peach. She was none other than the princess of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix by you. However, the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird had merged with the other 3 ancient kingdoms to form the 4 symbols ancient kingdom. Bai Yu was the empress of the 4 symbols ancient kingdom. She did not go to Emperor Road. Bai Yu's talent was indeed extraordinary. However, in a place like Emperor Road where geniuses were everywhere, Bai Yu's strength was still insufficient. She gave up and focused on managing the 4 symbols ancient kingdom for Jun Xiaoyao. "Master, you believes that you'll be fine," Bai Yu muttered softly. She was a fanatical fan of Jun Xiaoyao. She would never believe that Jun Xiaoyao had fallen just like that. Other than that, Jun Linglong, Juning, and Nailan Ruashi did not go to Emperor Road either. Their foundations were still too shallow. Going to a place like Emperor Road would be suicide. It was better for them to stay in the Jun family and cultivate peacefully. After that, people from the Holy Spirit College, the Celestial Demon Cult, the Ji family, the Yi family, and other immortal forces also arrived. However, the top Skype rides did not come. They had already gone to Emperor Road. The ones who came were the elders. Seeing that most of the guests had arrived, Jun Zhantian and the others finally showed up. Whether it was Jun Zhantian or Jiang Ro, there was no sign of sadness on their faces. Previously, they did not believe that Jun Xiaoyao had fallen. Later, they learned from the Grand Elder that Jun Xiaoyao was still alive. Therefore, Jun Zhantian was very relaxed. In fact, he was looking forward to Jun Xiaoyao's return. He would definitely bring a big surprise to the Jun family. "It's a pity that I won't be able to attend your coming-of-age ceremony," Jun Zhantian sighed. This was the only thing he felt regretful about. "Everyone, thank you for coming to my grandson's coming-of-age ceremony. Although he's not here, I believe that he'll be back soon," Jun Zhantian said loudly. Many people revealed bewildered expressions when they heard those words. Could it be that the Jun family's son of God is still alive? Who knows? Could it be that the Jun family is too sad and is lying to themselves? Some of the people from the forces had doubts. However, they only muttered in their hearts and did not dare to say it out loud. That's right, that's right. The Jun family's son of God has the bearing of a great emperor. How could he fall so easily? That's right. There's no way a place like the Bronze Immortal Palace could keep the son of God. Many forces began to flatter the Jun family. Jun Zhantian and the others were also happy to accept it. However, at this moment, 3 figures appeared in the distant sky. At the same time, a voice exploded in the void. "Jun family, stop lying to yourselves." Hearing this, All the guests from the forces present were dumbfounded. It was as if thunder had exploded in their heads. Who's talking? Is he crazy? This is the June family. Who dares to be so presumptuous? Many people looked over. The three figures were none other than the three sages. Although the saints are strong, they're just ants in front of the June family of the ancients. They seem to be from the far ancient royal family. The three saints were from the Demon Ox Mountain, the Cave of Silken Silk, and the Snake King Valley. Coincidentally, the three far ancient royal families were all vassals of the Zulong dynasty. For a moment, the eyes of many leaders and elders of the forces flickered. Was the scene that they had guessed about to happen? I don't think you're on the June family's banquet list, June Jiantian said lightly. He seemed to have expected this. His old face was calm and he was not angry. Why should he be angry at someone who was destined to die? Haha, although you didn't invite us, we came today with gifts. The Golden Horn, saint of the Demon Ox Mountain, smiled coldly. The saint of the Cave of the Coiling Silk was a beautiful woman called the Black Spider Queen. She smiled seductively and waved her jade-like hand. Suddenly there was a clang. A bell fell to the ground. Today is the coming of age ceremony. We're sending the son of God of the June family to his death. The Sky Snake, saint of the Snake King Valley, said coldly. The geniuses of the three far ancient royal families were also killed by Jun Xiaoyao in the immortal ancient world. Naturally, there was a great hatred between them. However, when they saw the scene, the guests all took a deep breath. Crazy! These three saints were courting death. Even if they wanted to die, this was not the right way to do it. Seeing this, Jun Jiantian smiled coldly and said, Today is Xiaoyao's coming of age ceremony. It's not appropriate to see blood, but since you're courting death, there's nothing we can do about it. Jun Jiantian reached out his hand. Countless Tao patterns intertwined in the void and were about to kill the three saints. At this moment, a vast aura rose from the distant sky. A dragon's claw stretched across the sky and collided with Jun Jiantian's move. Its aura had reached the level of a quasi-supreme. Is the scene from the Son of God's 10-years-old banquet going to happen again? All the forces widened their eyes. They had a feeling that a great conflict was about to happen. Chapter 494. The hatred between the June family and the Archean royalty had been accumulating for generations. In this life it had reached the extreme. In the immortal ancient world, many Archean royalty elites had been killed by Jun Xiaoyao and other sequence alchemists. It could be said that their hatred had reached a level where they would fight to the death. However, the impact of the immortal battle was too great. Even Zulong and other forces had to think carefully and wait for the right time. They didn't dare to rashly start a war. But now, seeing the scene, the big figures of many forces were shocked. The Archean royalty finally couldn't help but make a move? Oh! Jun Jiantian wasn't too surprised that his move was blocked. If these three saints of the far ancient royal families didn't have anyone behind them, how would they dare to come to the Jun family? In the sky, clouds rolled, and a middle-aged man in a golden robe descended with the power of a quasi-supreme. It's Zulong's Supreme Long Can. Seeing this figure, someone whispered. He was a rather famous quasi-supreme in the lair of Zulong. Although he was not as powerful as the great ancestor, he was still one of the newly risen experts in the lair of Zulong over the past 10,000 years. Seeing the arrival of Supreme Long Can, Jun Jiantian and the other elders looked indifferent. It seems that you Zulong forgot the pain after the scar healed. Have you forgotten about Supreme Yulong, who died in front of the Jun family's mountain gate during the 10-years banquet? Jun Jiantian said indifferently. Hearing this, Supreme Long Can's eyes flashed coldly. Not only did Supreme Yulong die in the Jun family, but his body was also eaten as food. This was a shame and stain that Zulong couldn't erase. However, this time he was ordered to come, and he had confidence in his heart, so he naturally wasn't afraid of anything. Jun Jiantian continued, "Since you're already here, just show yourselves. Why hide?" Hearing Jun Jiantian's words, everyone was shocked. Could it be that Zulong wasn't the only one who sent people? In another direction, fiery clouds filled the sky, and the quasi-supreme of Wan Huang's spirit mountain appeared. In the east, a purple cloud filled the air, and a middle-aged man with a frosty face came over on a purple cloud. It was the Qilin Sun's father, Zilin Cave Lord. Apart from this, a half-supreme being also arrived at the ancient alligator lake. It was a vicious alligator that didn't transform into human form, instead maintaining its alligator form. Fiendish energy overflowed into the heavens, making heaven and earth change colors. Heavens, the 10,000 Phoenix Spirit Mountain, Qilin Ancient Cave, and Ancient Crocodile Lake's pseudo-supremes have all come. Is the world going to change? The people from all the forces present could no longer sit still. This was the prelude to a great change. Hee, the elders of the Jun family only sneered when they saw this scene. Their expressions were extremely calm, as if they were looking at a dead man. The Jun family's prestige wasn't something that anyone could challenge. At the very least, from the moment they appeared, the outcome was already decided. "Are you in a hurry to reincarnate by coming to my Jun residence today?" Jun Jiantian asked indifferently. The eyes of Supreme Long Can and the others flickered coldly upon hearing this. However, it was not the end yet. The immortal battle was the last resort. At least for now, they still had to make a request first. "We came here for no other purpose. We just want to ask the Jun family for an insignificant person," Supreme Long Can said. Jun Jiantian glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and didn't say anything. Supreme Long Can said indifferently, "That person is called Wang Chuan." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone held their breaths. Wang Chuan could be said to be the genius that was mentioned the most in the Huangtian mystic realm recently. The reason for this was none other than his identity as the son of the demon sect of Samsara. It could be said that whoever could get Wang Chuan would be able to get the treasure vault of the demon sect of Samsara. It seems that the Archean royalty doesn't want the Jun family to get the treasure vault of the demon sect of Samsara. Isn't that nonsense? The Jun family's foundation is already unfathomable. If they get the treasure vault of the demon sect of Samsara, how terrible would it be? Many people were communicating with each other through divine consciousness. Many people were also very curious about what choice the Jun family would make. If they handed over Wang Chuan, it would be equivalent to handing over the treasure vault of the demon sect of Samsara. If they didn't hand it over, they would be suppressed by the Archean royalty of the four branches. Even if it was an immortal force, it would be very dangerous when facing a force of the same level. Although the Jun family was the top immortal force, one of the three imperial families of the Huangtian mystic realm. But after all, they were facing the Archean royalty of the four branches. It was impossible to say that they didn't feel any pressure at all. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for Jun Jiantian and the others to make a choice. At this time, Jun Jiantian spoke and asked someone to call Wang Chuan out. "Is the Jun family going to give in?" Seeing this, many elders of the forces were surprised. The Jun family's domineering nature was deeply rooted in people's hearts. If the Huangtian mystic realm had any treasures, if the Jun family took it, no one else would be able to get anything. If someone provoked the Jun family would never back down. Was the Jun family, who had always been domineering, afraid this time? Just as everyone was puzzled, Wang Chuan appeared. Jun Jiantian asked, "Wang Chuan, someone wants to take you away and make you leave the Jun family. What's your choice?" Hearing this, Wang Chuan didn't hesitate at all and said, "I, Wang Chuan, only have one master, and that is the son of God of the Jun family. Wherever he is, I will be there." What a joke! It was impossible for Wang Chuan to betray him. Not to mention that he still had the slave mark planted in his mind by Jun Xiaoyao. Even the Jun family treated Wang Chuan, the saint of reincarnation, as a member of the sequence. Unless Wang Chuan's brain was fried, he would not betray the Jun family. If you're not deaf, you should have heard it, Jun Jiantian said. It was only now that everyone understood that the Jun family had fooled Supreme Long, Can, and the others. Supreme Long, Can, and the others' faces were as gloomy as water. How could they not understand that they had been fooled by the Jun family? Seeing this, the golden horned saint of the demonic Bull Mountain shouted coldly, "He's just a dead man, and you still recognize him as your master. You are really loyal." His words were very harsh to the ears. "How dare you?" Wang Chuan shouted coldly. "By you, Jun Linglong, Jun Ing, Nalan Ruashi, and the other girls also glared at him with anger in their eyes. They firmly believed that there was no way Jun Xiaoyao would have died. The Golden Horn Saint had stepped on a landmine. Jun Jiantian and the other elders' eyes were cold, and they were about to attack again. Even if there were 4 quasi-supremes protecting him, they still wanted to kill this foul-mouthed saint. However, at this moment, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in the sky above. The void shook, and tens of thousands of beams of divine light filled the sky. In the midst of the endless light, a young figure arrived like an immortal. When sensing the movement in the sky, all the cultivators of the forces present subconsciously raised their heads to look. The figure that tore through the void and arrived was wrapped in endless holy light. He was like a young deity, high and mighty, untainted by dust. When the figure appeared, everyone stopped breathing in an instant. That person is... Many cultivators were tongue-tied, and they were so shocked that they could not speak. Jun Jiantian, Jiang Ro, and the others sensed the familiar aura, and their eyes were filled with joy. Jun Linglong, Jun Ing, Nalan Ruashi, Baiyu Wang Chuan, and the others also sensed the aura. Their bodies trembled, and they were unprecedentedly excited. He's here, he's here. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel. Chapter 495. In the endless light, Jun Xiaoyao's figure emerged. His white robe was flawless, and his celestial aura was surging. His handsome face was as calm as water. Jun Xiaoyao had arrived. When Jun Xiaoyao's appearance was completely revealed, the audience burst into an unparalleled uproar. Many people were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. It's really the son of God of the Jun family. He actually came out of the bronze immortal palace safe and sound. Long Outyen and Wang Ting both died in there, but he came out safe and sound. Amazing, the son of God of the Jun family can actually come out of the bronze immortal palace, a place where even supreme martial artists can die. Shocking, stunned, scalp tingling. Jun Xiaoyao had created another miracle. He came out of the bronze immortal palace, one of the 7 incredible places. This was something that no one in the younger generation could do. Haha, my grandson is back. Jun Jiantian looked up to the sky and laughed. All of his depression dissipated. He used to think that it was a pity that Jun Xiaoyao couldn't come back to attend the coming-of-age ceremony. Now, all of his regrets were made up. Xiaoyao. Jiang Ro's heart that was hanging in the air was now completely at ease. Although she knew that Jun Xiaoyao should be fine, she was still worried when she didn't see him in person. Now, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As for Jun Linglong, Jun Ing, Nalan Ruashi, and the other girls, their eyes were full of deep longing and admiration. Only their son of God could create miracles again and again. The princess of the great Shang dynasty was so excited that her delicate body trembled slightly and her eyes were red. In short, Jun Xiaoyao's appearance made the audience boil, and the atmosphere rose to the extreme. However, because Jun Xiaoyao's appearance was too sudden and shocking, the crowd didn't pay attention to Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation at the first moment. On the other side, the golden horned saint of the demonic Bull Mountain was stunned and felt a burning pain on his cheeks. He had just said that Jun Xiaoyao was already a dead man, but now this dead man was right in front of him. Even Supreme Long, Can, and the others were stunned for a moment. Because this scene was very illogical, they couldn't wrap their heads around it. The son of God of the Jun family, who had been rumored to be dead for 2 years, had unexpectedly reappeared in front of the world. I didn't expect that this son of God would still be remembered so much after disappearing for 2 years. Thank you for coming to attend my coming-of-age ceremony. But before that, let's get rid of some ants first. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, he clenched his fist, and the power of 100,000 divine elephants surged out. A terrifying force shook the void and caused the galaxy to tremble. It was as if there was a supreme, primordial divine elephant that was suppressing the universe for thousands of kilometers with a majestic aura. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao used the power of 100,000 divine elephants to activate the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. 6 reincarnation vortexes appeared, and the surrounding Tao patterns floated in the void with the will of reincarnation, as if they were going to pull all living things into the cycle of reincarnation. Now that Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation level had increased, the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist had naturally multiplied. Jun Xiaoyao also released 6 kinds of divine powers at the same time, using the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to control them. That kind of power was ridiculously strong. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it could shatter the sky with one punch. Jun Xiaoyao stomped his foot and broke through the void. The terrifying fist directly bombarded the 3 saints of the demonic Bull Mountain, the Cave of Coiling Silk, and the Snake Emperor Valley. Is the son of God of the Jun family crazy? How can he attack a saint? Someone saw this scene and exclaimed subconsciously, "No, the son of God of the Jun family's aura." Some people reacted. Jun Xiaoyao's aura was ridiculously strong. It was completely different from the cultivation level of the Tao God realm. Instead, a saint. Boom! Just as everyone reacted, Jun Xiaoyao's 6 paths of reincarnation fist had already smashed down. Rumble. The void cracked, and the space completely sank. Jun Xiaoyao's punch had smashed a hole in it. And what about the 3 saints? They had completely disappeared. Their physical bodies and primordial spirits were annihilated into nothingness under Jun Xiaoyao's powerful punch, dissipating into the spatial crack. The 3 saints did not even have the chance to scream before their heads were separated from their bodies. Dead silence, all the sound in the entire world seemed to have been sucked away, leaving only absolute silence. Supreme Long Can and the others were all slightly dazed, and they couldn't react at all, because they didn't think that Jun Xiaoyao would dare to attack the 3 saints. He also didn't think that Jun Xiaoyao would be able to kill the 3 saints in one move. This was simply illogical. Not only these quasi-supremes, but all the other invited guests all felt their scalps go numb and their bodies tremble. Many of the older generation powerhouses couldn't help but stand up and widen their eyes, as if they couldn't see clearly. Am I seeing things? The son of God of the Jun family killed the 3 saints in one punch? Am I seeing things? How is that possible? Those are 3 saints. After a short moment of dead silence, there was a rumbling noise. Saints were already considered powerhouses in the celestial realm. Some cultivators whose talent wasn't considered monstrous might have a lifetime goal of becoming a saint. Therefore, saints still had quite a status in the celestial realm. In first-rate forces, they were the mainstays of the elders. But now, what did they see? Jun Xiaoyao, who belonged to the younger generation, had actually killed 3 saints in one punch. This was simply shocking. Most importantly, Jun Xiaoyao was only 18 years old. An 18-year-old saint. And Jun Xiaoyao could even kill a saint of the same level in 1 second. This strength, this talent, was unparalleled throughout history, and it made people's hearts tremble. If this news were to spread, the entire Huangtian mystic realm would be shaken. Jun Xiaoyao had already broken the record of being the youngest saint. He was the youngest saint powerhouse since ancient times. This record alone was enough to make Jun Xiaoyao's name go down in history for hundreds of millions of years. In the future, all the talented cultivators who broke through to the saint level would be compared with Jun Xiaoyao. Not to mention the various forces were shocked. Even Jun Zhantian and the other elders of the Jun family were a little stunned. They knew that not only was Jun Xiaoyao not dead, but he might also have some opportunities. But this opportunity was so great that even Jun Zhantian's heart couldn't bear it. As for Jun Linglong, Jun Ing, Nalan Ruashi, and the others, while they were shocked, they were also crazily admiring him. Jun Xiaoyao was an eternal god in their hearts. The son of God of the Jun family has returned. He is unparalleled in the world, and no one can defeat him. If the son of God of the Jun family steps on the Emperor's road, he might be able to fight through the entire Emperor's road. The other kings of the Emperor's road won't be a match for the son of God of the Jun family. All the cultivators present exclaimed in shock, and their eyes revealed heartfelt admiration. Looking at the shocked uproar and admiration from all directions, Jun Xiaoyao's face was as calm as water. Killing 3 ordinary saints in an instant was not a big deal to the current him. Jun Xiaoyao didn't think that there was anything to be excited about. However, at this moment, in the sky above, there was a faint rumbling sound. Seeing this scene, Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Oh, it's finally here?" Don't forget, Jun Xiaoyao had not yet gone through the saint's tribulation. Now that the aura of the bronze immortal palace had dissipated, the saint's tribulation was finally about to fall. Sensing this scene, the cultivators present were stunned at first. Then, as if they had thought of something, their eyes were filled with indescribable shock again. Don't tell me that the son of God of the Jun family hasn't gone through the saint's tribulation. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel. Chapter 496. Those who could truly be called saints were only those who had passed the saint tribulation. The saint tribulation was a major tribulation, but if one passed it, it would be extremely beneficial to the cultivator, and their strength would increase greatly. Everyone thought that Jun Xiaoyao had already passed the saint tribulation. However, at this moment, they felt the rumbling of thunder in the sky. There was no doubt that it was the fluctuation of the saint tribulation. The son of God of the Jun family hasn't even passed the saint tribulation, but he can kill a saint in an instant. This is King ridiculous. Many people were speechless, and their expressions were dumbfounded. It was said that comparisons were odious, and Jun Xiaoyao's performance made all the cultivators present feel like they were useless. Even those true saints were terrified. Jun Xiaoyao hadn't even passed the saint tribulation yet, and he was already so powerful. If he passed it, hiss! Everyone felt their scalps go numb at the thought of this possibility. If that was the case, Jun Xiaoyao's title wouldn't just be the youngest saint in history. He would also be the strongest saint since ancient times. How is this possible? Even Supreme Long, Can, and the others had a look of disbelief in their eyes. He had been many years old when he became a saint. He had been very careful during the saint tribulation that time, and he had almost died under the 7-colored saint tribulation. It would be great if this kid could die in the saint tribulation. Supreme Long Can thought to himself, Jun Xiaoyao's talent and potential were simply shocking. Such a monster, even if he was only given a few decades or 100 years, would be enough to grow into a terrifying giant. Supreme Long Can's eyes were already filled with killing intent. He knew that Jun Xiaoyao was a hidden danger, and he absolutely couldn't be allowed to grow. Dying in the saint tribulation was the best outcome. Supreme Long Can retreated slightly to avoid being involved in the heavenly tribulation. The saint tribulation couldn't be passed by relying on other external forces. If someone interfered, the power of the heavenly tribulation would increase on its own. Supreme Long Can and the others naturally didn't want to be involved and take the blow for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was not particularly concerned about the sage tribulation. After all, when he was in the Tao God realm, he had already used his physical body to resist the Rainbow Ascension tribulation. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the sky. 7-colored lightning gathered and turned into a destructive pillar of lightning that poured down in torrents. This is the 7-colored, no, the 9-colored, Holy Ascension Tribulation. Some cultivators widened their eyes. People with different talents would face different sage tribulations. Generally speaking, it was a 7-colored saint tribulation. Some cultivators with weaker talent might only have a 5-colored tribulation to become a saint. However, some extremely talented geniuses might trigger the legendary 9-colored sanctification tribulation. The 9-colored lightning tribulation was several times more terrifying than the 7-colored lightning tribulation. I didn't expect that the Son of God of the June family would trigger the 9-colored divine tribulation. It would be abnormal if the June family's Son of God didn't trigger the 9-colored lightning tribulation. Everyone had already witnessed how monstrous Jun Xiaoyao was. No matter how monstrous Jun Xiaoyao was, they would not be surprised. However, even with the strength of the Son of God of the June family, he would have to shed a layer of skin if he wanted to survive the 9-colored divine tribulation, some elders of the major forces speculated. Naturally, they did not think that Jun Xiaoyao would not be able to survive the divine tribulation. He might just be a little bit embarrassed. However, just as these elders finished speculating, the next scene that appeared made them petrified and dumbfounded. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back. He did not move at all. He just bathed in the 9-colored lightning tribulation. The 9-colored lightning tribulation bombarded Jun Xiaoyao. The 9-colored lightning burst out, but it could not cause any damage to Jun Xiaoyao's physical body. Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body of the ancients, Daluo immortal body, divine qi and the myriad qi hammered his body. He already had the physique of an emperor. With such a perfect physique, even the terrifying 9-colored lightning tribulation would not be able to leave a mark on it. Even a wisp of this level of lightning tribulation was enough to blast a sage-to-be into pieces. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, felt nothing but numbness all over him. He even felt a little comfortable. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Ordinary cultivators who went through the divine tribulation were all trembling with fear, as if they were treading on thin ice. All kinds of elixirs of immortality, sacred pills, and protective divine weapons were prepared in advance. It was as if they had gone to the underworld. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not prepare anything. He did not even move a finger. He just bathed in the heavenly tribulation with a calm expression. Boring. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. He had overestimated the horror of the divine tribulation. The lightning tribulation of this level would not even have the effect of tempering his physical body. Jun Xiaoyao threw out a punch casually. The punch went against the sky, and the tribulation clouds were scattered. The 9-colored lightning tribulation was directly destroyed. Everyone who witnessed this scene swallowed hard. This way of going through the tribulation was really a lot of it. However, right at this moment, the tribulation clouds that had been scattered gathered once again. However, the faint fluctuations that were emitted were more than 10 times stronger than the previous 9-colored lightning tribulation. How could this be? The Son of God of the June family has not gone through the divine tribulation yet? The fluctuations of the lightning tribulation this time are too dangerous. Why do I feel that even a supreme saint cannot go through it? Many guests took a deep breath. It was like a wave after a wave. They had never seen a divine tribulation that required 2 divine tribulations. Jun Xiaoyao was the least surprised. In fact, it was within his expectations. As expected, I have walked my own path and created my own path. God will not let me go so easily. Jun Xiaoyao smiled casually. This tribulation was not only a divine tribulation, but also a tribulation that targeted his own path. Rumble. Lightning flashed in the sky again. However, the lightning was no longer 9-colored. Instead, it was like chaos, colorful and mixed. Could that be the chaotic, heavenly thunder? The old Taoist of the Daoji heavenly sect could not help but exclaim. The chaotic heavenly thunder was one of the most terrifying forces in the world. It was rumored that it was the first thunder in the chaos. Although the chaotic heavenly thunder in front of them could not be the most primitive chaotic heavenly thunder, its power was far stronger than the 9-colored lightning tribulation. There was a qualitative difference between the two. Just as everyone was shocked, an even more terrifying scene appeared. Within the tribulation clouds, blurry figures could be vaguely seen. Each figure exuded an ancient aura as if they had been fished out of the river of time and reappeared in the world. Could that be the Supreme Tribulation? At this moment, everyone present felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their bodies stiffened and their eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 497. When a quasi-supreme broke through to the supreme stage, there would be a so-called Supreme Tribulation. This was the same concept as transcending the sage tribulation from a quasi-saint to a saint. However, the power of the two types of lightning tribulations was worlds apart. When transcending the Supreme Tribulation, it was rumored that the shadows of ancient powerhouses would appear and attack with the lightning tribulation. That level of difficulty was countless times higher than the sage tribulation. But now, what did they see? Jun Xiaoyao was only at the saint stage, but the tribulation he was transcending was comparable to the Supreme Tribulation. Although the blurry figures that appeared couldn't be as powerful as the real Supreme Tribulation, there were definitely ancient talents. Perhaps they were young great emperors, young ancient emperors, immortal holy spirits, and so on. In other words, if Jun Xiaoyao wanted to transcend this tribulation, he had to fight the young great emperors and defeat them. This was something that was almost impossible. Even the descendants of the great emperors couldn't be compared to the young great emperors. How is that possible? Even if the Jun family son of God is talented, it's impossible for him to attract the Supreme Tribulation in advance. Many cultivators were puzzled. Naturally, they didn't know that Jun Xiaoyao had walked his own path. It was because of this that he was targeted by the heavenly tribulation. Although the Jun family was also surprised that Jun Xiaoyao had attracted the Supreme Tribulation, their expressions were still calm. Not to mention whether Jun Xiaoyao could successfully transcend it in the end. Even if he couldn't transcend it, the Jun family had the ability to save Jun Xiaoyao from the Supreme Tribulation, although they had to pay a price. As for Supreme Long Can and the others, they were relieved. They wore cold grins on their faces. A heavenly tribulation of this level was definitely not something that a saint could easily transcend. Those ancient figures all had backgrounds. All of them were terrifying existences that had shocked the ancient times. Jun Xiaoyao faced them, and with the attack of the chaotic heavenly lightning, it was too difficult for him to transcend it. Jun Xiaoyao's expression didn't change from beginning to end. Not bad, this is more interesting. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring? Jun Xiaoyao murmured in his heart. Step by step, he ascended into the sky. Not only did he not evade, he even welcomed the heavenly tribulation. Rumble. As if provoked, the chaos heavenly lightning surged and turned into rays of lightning. They locked onto Jun Xiaoyao and slammed down. In the face of a heavenly tribulation of this level, Jun Xiaoyao also punched out. A vast fist light tore through the sky and shattered a bolt of chaos heavenly thunder with a single punch. However, even more chaotic heavenly lightning struck Jun Xiaoyao. Lord Son of God, Young Master, Jun Linglong, Jun Inger, Bayuer Wang Chuan, and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. That was the legendary chaotic heavenly lightning, which could kill an ordinary saint with just one strike. However, to everyone's surprise, the primal chaos heavenly lightning was still unable to cause any effective harm to Jun Xiaoyao. Before, the 9-colored lightning tribulation had made Jun Xiaoyao feel numb. However, the primal chaos heavenly lightning gave Jun Xiaoyao a slight tingling and numbing sensation. What kind of freakish physical body is this? Could it be that the son of God of the Jun family will become an emperor in the future? Jun Xiaoyao's move was once again beyond everyone's expectations. Even the physical body of the son of the emperor of the ancients couldn't be compared to Jun Xiaoyao's. However, the test was still not over. The real danger was the shadows of the ancients. Boom! A blurry figure made a move. As he raised his hand, thousands of primal chaos, heavenly lightning entwined around him and turned into a finger. He pointed it at Jun Xiaoyao. Could that ancient hero's shadow be the Thunder Emperor? Someone was startled. This move was quite similar to the Thunder Emperor's great magic. On the other side, an ancient hero rode a golden divine chariot, like an ancient god of war. He raised a long spear and pierced it at Jun Xiaoyao. There was also a blurry figure who seemed to be a goddess from a certain era. Her jade-like hand pushed the void 30,000 miles away. All in all, every ancient hero that appeared in the heavenly tribulation had a great background. If any of them were placed on the current Emperor Road, they would be the absolute king of the Emperor Road. If Jun Xiaoyao stepped on the Emperor Road, he would probably be like these people and dominate the Emperor Road. However, the problem now was that Jun Xiaoyao was not fighting with a single person. Instead, a group of ancient heroes was besieging him. Seeing this group of ancient heroes attacking, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. He had always had the ambition to dominate the ancient era. Now he could test it out. Jun Xiaoyao pointed out a finger and used the Thunder Emperor's finger. He fought with the ancient hero who seemed to be the Thunder Emperor and destroyed his attack. Then, riding a golden divine chariot, the figure, like a god of war, held a golden long spear and pierced toward Jun Xiaoyao. When the spear blasted out, even the void was pierced. Jun Xiaoyao manifested the heavenly god's spear and collided with the golden long spear, destroying it. The supreme goddess, Shadow, charged over. Her jade-like hands formed a seal, like a butterfly. It was as if a corner of the sky had collapsed, pressing toward Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao formed the man-ruler seal with one hand and also struck out horizontally. The current him had the power to turn something rotten into something miraculous, no matter what method he used. Not to mention, the man-ruler seal, combatant formula, and other divine powers were not low in grade. In Jun Xiaoyao's hands, they were even more powerful. He pressed down with the seal. The supreme goddess Shadow was so shaken that ripples appeared, as if she would disappear at any time. The figure, riding a golden divine chariot, charged over again. Jun Xiaoyao formed 6 fist seals and punched out. The void rippled and then shattered like a piece of paper. The figure, riding a golden divine chariot, was completely torn apart, shattering into countless light spots. The ancient hero who controlled lightning charged over again. Chaotic heavenly lightning gathered in the sky, forming a lightning spear that pierced toward Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao also countered with the Thunder Emperor's divine powers, using the 9 tribulations' demon-slaying thunder. Even the chaotic heavenly lightning was absorbed by Jun Xiaoyao and turned into his own. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao threw the 9 tribulations' demon-slaying thunder, and the sky exploded with terrifying lightning. The figure of the ancient hero also turned into specks of light in the lightning. Then, the primitive emperor, Dao, sword shot out from between Jun Xiaoyao's eyebrows, shattering the supreme goddess, Shadow, once again. Aside from that, there were other ancient heroes charging at Jun Xiaoyao. The 7-colored holy dragon armor appeared on Jun Xiaoyao's body, protecting him. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao activated the divine elephant overpowering force. The power of 100,000 divine elephant particles burst out at the same time, shaking the heavens. A terrifying, primordial divine elephant true body appeared. Its 4 legs were like pillars that supported the heavens, and its body was filled with stars. Divine elephant sky, crumbling tackle! Jun Xiaoyao pushed the power of his physical body to the extreme, shattering the sky and the clouds of calamity, causing spatial cracks to appear. This scene caused everyone to be incomparably shocked. Jun Xiaoyao was simply too overbearing. Even when he was facing off against those ancient heroes, he still seemed to be able to hold his own against tens of thousands of enemies. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao swept in all directions. Every ancient hero couldn't withstand a few attacks from Jun Xiaoyao, and they were all shattered into countless light spots. The world suddenly became clear, and only Jun Xiaoyao was left. His white robe fluttered, and he stood alone in the clouds. He stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Don't ask what the peak is. Looking down at the sky is not high. How many ancient and modern heroes are nothing in my eyes." Chapter 498. Jun Xiaoyao's voice was as calm as water, but the domineering aura in his words seemed to have transcended the ages. In Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, there were countless heroes in the past and present. He alone was enough to suppress the ages and look down on countless heroes from ancient times to modern times. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's invincible figure was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. What was invincible? This was invincibility. Jun Xiaoyao should be like his son. In this life, the heavens are on his side, a sacred leader of the celestial demon cult side. It's said that in the era of great battles, geniuses rise like stars. However, the son of God of the Jun family is the only blazing sun in the ages, making the endless stars pale in comparison. An elder of the Ji family also sighed. Although the Ji family had Ji Qingyi, Ji Changkong, and other peerless geniuses, there was still a huge gap between them and Jun Xiaoyao. All the cultivators participating in the coming-of-age ceremony were amazed by Jun Xiaoyao's performance. At this moment, Jun Zhantian and the other elders of the Jun family were all grinning from ear to ear, feeling both joy and pride in their hearts. Jun Xiaoyao was the most outstanding pride of the Jun family. On the contrary, the four quasi-supremes of the Archean royalty all had ugly expressions on their faces at this moment. Long Can's eyes were as gloomy as water. Jun Xiaoyao's strength and talent were so monstrous that it made him, a quasi-supremacy, tremble in fear. Jun Xiaoyao was only 18 years old. At 18 years old, he had passed the Sage Tribulation, which was comparable to the Supremacy Tribulation, in such a monstrous way, and became the youngest sage in history. In a few years, wouldn't he catch up to him, a quasi-supremacy? Jun Xiaoyao must die. This thought flashed through Long Can's mind. If Jun Xiaoyao didn't die and was allowed to walk the Emperor's road and grow up, it would be the end of the Archean royalty in the future. Not to mention a Zulong. The rest of the Archean royalty would be threatened by Jun Xiaoyao. One had to admit that Long Can's premonition was not bad. Previously, when Gu Chanzi of the Celestial Cicada clan was about to fall, he had also divined a corner of the future. If Jun Xiaoyao did not die, he would usher in the dark age of the Archean royalty. The eyes of Supreme Long Can flickered with determination upon having this thought. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao stood alone in the clouds like an immortal descending into the world. Flowers of the great Tao bloomed around him. Flowers rained down from the heavens, and golden lotuses sprouted from the earth. What a terrifying scene! Even if a saint passes through a saint's tribulation, there wouldn't be such a shocking scene. Some of the cultivators exclaimed. Surrounded by Tao flowers, Jun Xiaoyao exuded a supreme aura like the descendant of an immortal emperor, a true immortal descending to the mortal world. With a thought, the flower blooms. The sovereign descends upon the world. Only I, Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao flicked his sleeves. His tone was indifferent, but it contained an extraordinary aura of invincibility and dominance. Seeing this, Supreme Long Can's eyes surged with murderous intent. He could no longer turn a blind eye. If Jun Xiaoyao was allowed to live, it would be a huge disaster for Zulong and the entire Archean royalty. Die. Supreme Long Can didn't say anything else. He directly pointed at Jun Xiaoyao with lightning speed. This scene was too sudden, causing everyone to be unable to recover from their shock. Almost at the same time, the three quasi-supremes of Wan Huang's Spirit Mountain, Qilin Ancient Cave and Ancient Crocodile Lake also attacked Jun Xiaoyao at the same time. They all had a tacit understanding in their hearts that they couldn't let Jun Xiaoyao live. Jun Xiaoyao was more important to the Jun family than 100 reincarnation demon sects' treasure vaults. If they could kill Jun Xiaoyao, it would undoubtedly end the Jun family's 10,000 years of fortune. The Jun family might even have a shortage of powerhouses and never recover from this setback. It had to be said that no one could have predicted this scene. It was too sudden. Killing the Jun family's son of God in front of the Jun family's mountain gate was probably something that even a lunatic wouldn't have thought of. However, Supreme Long can, and the other three had done just that. The 4 quasi-supremes suddenly attacked. In addition, they weren't too far away from Jun Xiaoyao. Therefore, the 4's joint attack almost instantly swept in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Even Jun Xiaoyao was slightly stunned for a moment. He didn't expect these 4 to be so daring. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't panic at all. Not to mention that he was now in the Jun family. Even if he wasn't in the Jun family, it was impossible for these 4 quasi-supremes to kill him. Now, Jun Xiaoyao had a group of big shots behind him. However, the space in front of Jun Xiaoyao shattered right away at that very moment of crisis. A woman dressed in a gray robe with fluttering sleeves appeared right away. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, covering most of her fairy-like face. Even the small half of her face that was exposed was still as fair as snow. She was breathtakingly beautiful as a dream. It was Jun Xiaoyao's guardian, Audiobook. Others might not have expected Jun Xiaoyao to be surrounded by quasi-supremes. However, Audiobook had been secretly guarding Jun Xiaoyao from the moment he appeared. The attention of others might be distracted, but all of Audiobook's attention had always been on Jun Xiaoyao. Therefore, when the 4 quasi-supremes attacked, Audiobook immediately sensed it and stepped forward bravely. Audiobook activated his polychoria, and the light in his eyes was shocking. He directly blocked the attacks of the 4 quasi-supremes by himself. However, Audiobook himself was only a quasi-supreme being. The collision with 4 experts of the same level caused Audiobook's delicate body to tremble. She coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood as her entire body flew backwards. Audiobook! Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward and caught Audiobook. He did not expect Audiobook to block the attacks for him first. "Young master, Audiobook is fine," Audiobook said, but blood flowed from the corner of his mouth again. "Don't say any more." Jun Xiaoyao held Audiobook's slender waist with one hand and gently wiped the blood from Audiobook's mouth with the other. "Young master." Audiobook was stunned. Her heart had been silent for many years. Now her only wish was to protect Jun Xiaoyao and let him grow up safely. However, at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was treating her with a kind of gentleness. This made Audiobook feel that the young man who asked her to protect was now taking care of her. "How dare they injure you? They must die." Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. As his protector, Audiobook had always been silently protecting him. Now that she was injured, Jun Xiaoyao was naturally furious. Seeing that their surprise attack had been blocked, a trace of hatred flashed through the eyes of Long, Can, and the others. Without another word, they tore open the void and tried to escape. Since their surprise attack had failed to kill Jun Xiaoyao, they had completely lost the chance to kill Jun Xiaoyao. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to summon the Bronze Immortal Palace, an old and cold voice rang out from the depths of the Jun family ancestral land. "How dare you act so presumptuously in my Jun family? Are you really that naive?" As soon as the voice fell, a terrifying palm intertwined with Tao laws came crashing down from the sky like a star. In the face of this terrifying wave, even the quasi-supremes were as weak as ants. Is the Jun family trying to start an immortal war? Long Can shouted angrily. His magic power burst out, trying to shake off the palm. However, he found that he was like a monkey in Buddha's palm. He couldn't escape at all. The same words again. "Do you, Zulong, really think that the Jun family is afraid?" The void twisted, and two gray-robed figures appeared. They were the June family's 18th ancestor and the June family's 16th ancestor. Oh my God! The two great ancestors of the June family have shown their true selves. All the guests present widened their eyes. Previously, even at June Xiaoyao's 10-years-old banquet, the 18th ancestor only swung his sword 3 times and didn't show himself. Now he and the 16th ancestor had shown up together. What did this mean? Not only were the 4 quasi-supremes going to die, but the June family was also going to demand an explanation from the 4 forces of the Archean royalty. Everyone took a deep breath, their scalps tingling. The world was finally going to change. Chapter 499. When they saw the 18th ancestor and the 16th ancestor, Long Can and the others were shocked. Generally speaking, the patriarchs of immortal forces would not show up easily. Once they showed up, it meant that something big was about to happen. Let's go! Now, Long Can did not think about anything else. He just wanted to escape. He originally thought that the June family would be a little more cautious and not go too far with the appearance of the Archean royalty's prospective supremes. Now, it seemed that Long Can had been too optimistic. The June family has been quiet for too long, causing you to have an illusion. Do you think that anyone can step on the June family? The 16th ancestor said coldly. He looked like a 10-year-old child, but his eyes were full of vicissitudes of life. His terrifying aura seemed to be able to crush the 9 heavens and the galaxy. He calmly pointed out a finger, crushing towards Long Can and the others. Stop! At this time, in the distant Hong province in the Zulong land, a terrifying aura rose as well. A dragon claw that seemed to be able to tear through the universe. The sun and the moon broke through billions of layers of the void and descended in front of the June family's mountain gate, trying to save Long Can and the others. Long Han, you old man, how dare you stop me? The 16th ancestor snorted coldly and formed the sun and moon seal with one hand. In an instant, it was as if a sun and a moon accompanied the 16th ancestor's palm and struck out, directly shaking the space into nothingness. Then the 16th ancestor's attack did not slow down and directly landed on Long Can and the others. Splat! Long Can was almost unable to resist and was directly blown into a cloud of blood mist. His primordial spirit was completely destroyed. As for the Zillion Cave Lord of the Ancient Qilin Cave and the other 2 prospective supremes, they were also killed by the 18th ancestor with immortal slayer sword art. Splash! Droplets of blood fell from the sky. It was the blood of the prospective supremes. For prospective supremes were almost instantly killed by the 2 June family's patriarchs. Dead silence. It was a dead silence that made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. No one expected the June family to be so overbearing. There was no room for negotiation or reconciliation. The quasi-supremes of the 4 Archean royalty were killed just like that. If it had been any other immortal forces, they wouldn't have dared to kill them directly if Archean royalty quasi-supremes came to provoke them. This was because if he offended them, he would offend for undying powers. Only the June family would have such courage. The June family has gone too far. In Zulong's ancestral land, a strong cultivator was roaring furiously. His fury was burning the 9 heavens' imperial court, as if the heavens were about to collapse. However, on the June family side, the 18th ancestor and the 16th ancestor stood in the void with their hands behind their backs. Their eyes were as indifferent as the abyss. Today, the lair of Zulong, the 1,000 Phoenix Spirit Mountain, the ancient Qilin Cave, and the ancient Crocodile Lake have provoked the June family. If they do not come to apologize and kowtow to us, the June family will raise their weapons and demand payment. As soon as 16th ancestor finished speaking, the world fell into a dead silence. Everyone opened their mouths wide in shock, but they were unable to make a sound. Not only did the June family not care that they had killed 4 quasi-supremes. In fact, they even wanted Zulong and the other Archean royalty to come to the June family to apologize. This was no longer tyrannical, it was blatant bullying. The June family wants to bully you. What can you do about it? At this moment, all the forces took a deep breath. They felt that the world was about to change. No matter what, Zulong and the other four forces were still immortal forces. How could they be bullied to this extent? Sure enough, not long after 16th Ancestor's words, over in Hong Province, the aura of heaven and earth was chaotic, and the universe was shaken. In Zulong's ancestral land, terrifying auras were awakened one after another. Each aura had a terrifying momentum that could suppress the sun, the moon, and the universe. Even the weakest among them were true supremes. An old man with dragon horns on his head had eyes that were like the sun and the moon, carrying a terrifying, murderous intent. He was the powerhouse who had just attacked Long Han, a terrifying existence whose strength had reached the level of a great heavenly lord. June family, do you really think that you are invincible in the Huangtian mystic realm? In that case, I, Zulong, will teach you a lesson today. Battle Dragon Flag, rise. As great ancestor Long Han's words fell, a dragon flag with a terrifying murderous intent rose from Zulong. The flag fluttered in the wind, stained with dark, mottled blood. This was Zulong's battle dragon flag. Once it was raised, it represented the beginning of the immortal war. When they saw the lair of Zulong raising the battle dragon flag, all the immortal forces in the Huangtian mystic realm, including the ancient ancestors who had just woken up from their slumber and the current leaders, looked at the lair of Zulong with shock in their eyes. Zulong can't hold back anymore. He is going to start the immortal war. Indeed, if he doesn't start the immortal war and let the June family son of God grow up and let the June family obtain the treasury of the demon sect of Samsara, the Archean royalty will be even more miserable. Many ancient great figures were awakened by the murderous intent. The entire Huangtian mystic realm hadn't had an immortal war for a long time. The immortal war was enough to make the world sink. Of course, some great figures also thought that Zulong starting the immortal war at this time was indeed the best time. The June family's son of God's talent was obvious to all. If Jun Xiaoyao was allowed to complete his imperial road, no one knew how powerful he would be. Even in this generation of the June family, a true great emperor might be born because of this. If that were to happen, it would definitely be the end of the Archean royalty. Zulong starting the immortal war at this time was something that he had no choice but to do. Zulong and the June family, these two fated enemies, are finally going to have a showdown. All the cultivators were shocked. At this time there was also a terrifying aura rising from the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain. If the June family starts the immortal war, the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain will accompany them to the end. The ancestor of the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain also came out, with a monstrous aura that burned thousands of miles in the sky, and shouted coldly. That voice broke the eardrums of thousands of cultivators, and it was extremely terrifying and frightening. What? The Wanhuang Spirit Mountain wants to start the immortal war against the June family? Many people were stunned. They didn't expect the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain to start the immortal war at this time. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. The ancestor of the ancient Qilin cave also came out, and a murderous aura burst into the sky. The June family is overbearing and arrogant, and they have angered the heavens and the people. If the immortal war starts today, the ancient Qilin cave will accept it. The ancestor of the ancient Qilin cave also said coldly. This was shocking. A third immortal force joined the war again. On the side of the ancient crocodile lake, in a vast swamp, a monstrous aura burst out, and terrifying giant crocodiles filled with an ancient aura were awakened from their tens of thousands of years of slumber. The plan to kill the June family begins now. The June family will be wiped out from the map of the Huangtian mystic realm. A supreme-level ancient crocodile said in human language, with a monstrous, murderous aura. The fourth immortal force declared war on the June family. The world shook, and the universe was shocked. The atmosphere of the entire Huangtian mystic realm was ignited at this moment. The immortal war that had not started for many eras had completely broken out. Chapter 500. At this moment, the entire Huangtian mystic realm seemed to be shaking. The sky was trembling, and the earth was shaking. It was the ancient ancestors who had awakened from their slumber and were about to start the immortal war. A battle of this level could break through the land of infinity and make half the sky collapse. It was extremely terrifying. The most shocking and terrifying thing was this was not a battle between two immortal forces, but the Archean royalty from all sides against the Jun family. A battle of this level obviously affected a wider area than an ordinary immortal war. Many people suspected that even the Jun family, who had been standing in the mystic realm for countless eras, might not be able to withstand such a siege. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. In the northern region of the Huangtian mystic realm, in the ancestral land of the Wang family, a middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. He looked in the direction of the Jun family with deep hatred in his eyes. It was the head of the Wang family, Wang Yuanba. Damn it, that little bastard of the Jun family is still alive. As expected, my son didn't die in the bronze immortal palace. He was the one who killed him. Wang Yuanba's eyes were scarlet with terrifying murderous intent. In the beginning, when Wang Ting died, Wang Yuanba had great hatred for the Jun family. It was only after Jun Xiaoyao died that Wang Yuanba thought that Wang Tung might have died because of the bronze immortal palace. But now, not only had Jun Xiaoyao reappeared, but his strength had also skyrocketed. He had become the youngest and most powerful saint in history. On the other hand, his son had died 2 years ago. No one in the mystic realm talked about the former young emperor of the Wang family. Anger, resentment, jealousy, and all kinds of emotions filled Wang Yuanba's heart. Why was his son buried in the bronze immortal palace? But Jun Xiaoyao could escape safely, and his cultivation level skyrocketed. This was so unfair to his son. The immortal war, huh? Wang Yuanba's eyes were filled with unprecedented determination. Dong! 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 Above the sky of the Wang family, a huge war drum appeared. Wang Yuanba held the drumstick. Every time he hit it, the sound of an army exploding burst out, shaking the sky. That's the Northern Reaches, Wang, clan's, heaven-shaking war drum. According to the legends, when that drum is struck, the Wang clan will begin the deathless war. Heavens, is even the Wang family of the north going to participate in the war? The earth-shattering sound of the Wang family's war drums spread throughout the 300 states of the north region. All the cultivators from the various forces widened their eyes in shock. The fifth undying power had joined the battle. At virtually the same time, the fallen god palace also had activity. Horrifying black gas soared into the sky. White-boned devil mountains floated in the void. On top of each devil mountain, there was a white bone throne. Seated on top were some of the supreme slayer ancestors of the fallen god palace. The fallen god palace and the Jun family are absolutely irreconcilable. Today we will attack the Jun family. One of the fallen god palaces, slaying ancestors, said with murderous intent, which caused the sky and earth to change color, turning it into a blood-red sky. The fallen god palace's junior generation was virtually all harvested by Jun Xiaoyao. It would be strange if the fallen god palace could swallow this grievance. And now, many undying forces had started an undying war. It was the best time to join the war. Fallen god palace naturally would not miss it. The sixth undying power, the fallen god palace, had joined the war. In addition, there was another undying power that had also made a move. A golden throne rose into the sky. On it sat a figure wearing a golden crown and a holy robe of light. He was like a brilliant sun rising, shining on the 3,000 states of the Huangtian mystic realm, stealing everyone's attention. That is the sacred cult leader of the sacred sect. Many people were so shocked that their scalps went numb. This was also an extremely horrifying powerhouse. He ruled the sacred sect and was the supreme cult leader that billions of believers bowed to. Reincarnation is the cycle of the world. There is no power that will last forever. Even a powerful force like the June family will have to withdraw from the stage of history one day, the sacred cult leader whispered. Hearing this, countless important figures from the surrounding forces were terrified. Was the sacred sect also joining the undying war? Boom, boom, boom. In the encampment of the sacred sect, figures rose into the sky like the sun. Those were the supreme guardians of the sacred sect. Among them, the weakest guardian had the strength of a quasi-supreme. As expected, the seventh undying power, the sacred sect, had joined the war. Whoosh! Endless uproar resounded throughout the mystic realm. Who would have thought that the June family would stir up 1,000 ripples? Originally, they were only going to start the undying war with Zulome. But now, 7 undying powers had declared war on the June family at the same time. This was an amazing scene that was rarely seen in hundreds of millions of years. Oh my God, 1 against 7. No matter how deep the June family's foundation is, or how strong they are, they can't stop it, right? 7 undying powers joining forces. This can only happen in an undying war that transcends the mystic realms, many ancient figures exclaimed. An undying war that transcends the mystic realms was even more vast. Usually, many undying powers would join forces and cross the endless galaxy to besiege another undying power in another mystic realm. However, in the Huangtian mystic realm, there had never been a situation where 7 undying powers joined forces against one party. At this moment, the entire Huangtian mystic realm was in an uproar. Countless people were trembling. They couldn't come into contact with a war of that level. They only felt that the heavenly might was rolling, as if the end of the world was coming. On the June family's side, when they saw the 7 undying powers joining forces to declare war, the 18th ancestor and the 16th ancestor also had gloomy faces. They weren't afraid of anything. They were just angry that these powers were too presumptuous. Haha, it seems that the June family has kept a low profile for too long. Everyone thinks that the June family is easy to bully, the 16th ancestor sneered. If that's the case, then use this war to prove it. The June family will accompany you to the end. The 18th ancestor's eyes were cold. Even in the face of a siege by 7 undying powers, the June family was still fearless. Not only the 2 great ancestors, but June Jiantian and the other elders, as well as the other members of the June family, didn't have the slightest bit of anxiety or fear on their faces. Only a burning desire to fight. Even Jun Xiaoyao, who was one of the fuses that triggered the undying war, had a nonchalant indifference on his handsome face. To be honest, even he, the son of God of the June family, didn't know the true strength and foundation of the June family. Because the June family's waters were too deep, Jun Xiaoyao stood in the sky and looked around. He smiled faintly and said, "Thank you all for coming to my coming-of-age ceremony today. However, there may be a little disturbance coming. You can all leave for now. I will definitely host another banquet in the future to invite you all." Jun Xiaoyao's voice was faint, but what he said made all the guests present stunned. A little disturbance? 7 undying powers and the June family, that would be a war between 8 undying powers. In addition, many far ancient royal families and first-class forces would also be involved. The entire Huangtian mystic realm would be shaken. How could Jun Xiaoyao say that such a battle would be a little disturbance? Everyone was speechless. Speaking of which, the son of God of the June family is definitely one of the main reasons for the outbreak of the undying war. Some people secretly discussed through telepathy. That's right. The son of God of the June family is too talented. It made the Archean royalty and other forces uneasy. In addition, the treasure vault of the Devil's sect of reincarnation and other things are also one of the reasons. All in all kinds of grudges and karma were piled up together. In the end, it completely exploded and set off the undying war. All the guests left the territory of the June family, ready to witness the mighty undying war that would be written into the history books. Chapter 501. The Huangtian mystic realm was shaking, and the world was shaking. All the guests who came to the banquet at the Jun family of the Emperor State had retreated from the Jun family's territory. Who would have thought that they would witness such an epic battle of immortality just by attending the coming-of-age ceremony of the son of God of the Jun family? If these people want to die so badly, then the Jun family will kindly grant their wish. The 16th ancestor stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "That's right. We can wake up some of the old guys in the ancestral temple. They've been sleeping for long enough. If they don't get up and move, their bones will be stiff," the 18th ancestor said. "I'm thinking if we should pull back the one drifting in the outer space," the 16th ancestor said. "We'll see. If there are any accidents, he will come back," the 18th ancestor said. Then the 18th ancestor looked at Jun Xiaoyao. A look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Xiaoyao, you did well. You didn't let us down. The coming battle will be difficult to influence, even with your cultivation as a saint. Go back to the ancestral land and rest. The family will take care of these small disturbances." The 18th ancestor's eyes were full of love. "That's right. Xiaoyao, you should go back to the ancestral temple," Jun Zhantian also said. However, Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. He knew that the 18th ancestor and the others wanted to protect him. But, strictly speaking, this disturbance had a lot to do with him. How could Jun Xiaoyao stay out of it? Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao was not without the power to change the situation of the battle. Great ancestor, grandfather, don't say any more. Strictly speaking, this battle also has something to do with Xiaoyao. "I can't stay out of it," Jun Xiaoyao said sincerely. "Your business is the business of the Jun family. Anyone who dares to attack you is a provocation to the Jun family." The 18th ancestor was very protective of his son. The 16th ancestor smiled when he heard that. "That's right. The children of the Jun family should grow up in the flames of war. Don't worry, go and train. No one can threaten your life." Just as the entire Jun family was about to start mobilizing, Zulong and the other Archean royalty took the lead. The enmity between them and the Jun family, which had accumulated over countless opportunities, exploded at this moment. Inside the Zulong, numerous flying dragons soared into the sky, their wings covering the sky as they roared towards the sky. There was a figure with a powerful aura sitting on each of the flying dragons. They were at least in the heavenly god realm. There were quite a few Tao divinity realm and quasi-saints. They were led by hundreds of sages, which stunned all the surrounding forces. Was this the foundation of the Archean royalty? Sages were the mainstays of a first-rate force. At the very least, they would have the position of an elder. But now, Zulong had mobilized an army led by a sage. This was absolutely horrifying. However, that wasn't the only thing that shocked people. The primal ancestors of Zulong also showed up. The one in the lead was Sovereign Long Han. He himself was a terrifyingly powerful great Empyrean. There were 4 others who were at the same level as him. As for the rest, there were more than 10 quasi-supremes, supremes, and lesser Empyreans. This lineup made people's souls tremble. Normally, even quasi-supremes were rarely seen, but now they appeared in groups. Is this the power of the lair of Zulong? It's terrifying. Many big shots from different forces looked at Hong Zhou in fear. How is this possible? Zulong's foundation is definitely more than this, but even just the power they're showing now is terrifying enough. Some ancient figures sighed. Over at Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain, there were phoenix cries. Hundreds of thousands of phoenix birds soared into the sky, carrying the powerful experts of Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain. Their wings stirred up a storm that scattered the clouds in the sky. The primal ancestors of Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain also came out of the mountain. Everywhere they passed, the void burned and began to collapse. Their aura suffocated many people in the surrounding area. Over at the ancient Qilin cave, purple clouds filled the air. Many experts rode on Qilins, their auras powerful. The cave lords of the ancient Chilean cave and the supreme ancient ancestor appeared as well. Purple energy spread for 30,000 miles, dyeing the entire sky with purple clouds. As for over at the ancient alligator lake, in the endless lake, numerous ferocious alligators appeared. Each of them was covered in dense scales and had scarlet eyes. The Archean royalty of this lineage didn't like to transform. They liked to use the most primitive power to tear apart the enemy's body and devour them into their stomachs. At this moment, if someone were to stand outside the ancient alligator lake and watch, they would be shocked to see countless alligators emerging from the lake. At a glance, it looked like the earth was moving. What was even more shocking was that some of the alligators were thousands of feet long. They were like black mountains that were moving. This was the primal ancestor of the ancient alligator lake. He had lived for countless years, and his aura was monstrous. Every time he moved, the earth would tremble. It could be said that, aside from the other immortal forces, just the combination of the four Archean royalty was incomparably terrifying. They could easily take down an immortal family. This time the June family is really in danger, and one of the immortal sects an ancient existence whispered. This was the human immortal sect, an incomparably ancient sect with a deep heritage. It had stood in the immortal realm for countless years. However, even such an immortal sect was shocked when they felt the army of the Archean royalty. He pondered. The target of the four Archean royalty was the human immortal sect. Could they withstand it? On the other side, in the demonic immortal castle of the demonic immortal cult, there were also old antiques sighing. The Archean royalty is really terrifying. Moreover, this isn't their full strength. Can the June family withstand it? Another ancient existence of the demonic immortal cult said, "Should we intervene?" Not for the time being. Although that last Shao Moshian has a good relationship with the son of God of the June family, this war involves too much. If we intervene now, it's hard to predict whether it will be a blessing or a curse. Because of Shao Moshian, the demonic immortal cult and the June family had a slight friendship, but that was all. The immortal war involved too many things. Moreover, 7 immortal forces were targeting the June family together. Even someone as strong as the demonic immortal cult didn't dare to casually intervene. If they intervened in the immortal war and the June family was destroyed, the demonic immortal cult would inevitably be punished. Not all the immortal forces were like the Jiang family, willing to help the June family unconditionally. In addition, the Ji family of the ancients, the Yi family of the ancients, and other forces were also watching from the sidelines. They didn't act rashly. Strictly speaking, some of the younger generations of these two families had some friction with Jun Xiaoyao. However, this kind of small grudge was nothing in the eyes of the big shots. Moreover, although the Ji family and the Yi family didn't have much of a friendship with the Jun family, they were at least ancient families of the human race. It was inappropriate to help the Archean royalty deal with the ancient families of the human race. As for the Wang family of the north, it was because Wang Yuan was too domineering. They had a grudge with the Jun family to begin with. It was even more impossible for the fallen god palace to be loyal to the human race. They were one of the origins of the demonic path. As for the holy cult, it was rumored that they weren't a native force of the Huangtian mystic realm. They were a powerful existence that came here to preach. Finally, they took root in the Huangtian mystic realm and established the holy cult. Therefore, these 3 immortal forces didn't have any psychological pressure to join forces with the Archean royalty. As far as they were concerned, the Jun family must be destroyed. Chapter 502. In addition, God Lord Panwu was also observing the situation over at the Jin dynasty. Every dog has its day. The Jun family stole my Pan Huang sword, and now they're being attacked. God Lord Panwu's eyes were filled with schadenfreude, but when he thought of a certain person, God Lord Panwu's expression became somewhat unpleasant. But that brat Jun Xiaoyao's talent and strength are truly monstrous. My daughter's foresight is not bad, God Lord Panwu muttered. The daughter he spoke of was naturally Wu Mingyue, who had already stepped onto the emperor's road. Although God, Lord Pan, Wu held a grudge against the Jun family, he was not prepared to fight against them. Although the Pan-Wu Jin dynasty was also an immortal Jin dynasty, even the imperial weapon, the Pan-Huang sword, had been taken by the Jun family. Their overall strength was at the bottom of the immortal factions. Thus, God Lord Pan-Wu could only be a spectator and witness the outcome of this show. On the other side, two figures appeared in the air above the Holy Spirit College. One of them was the college's Grand Elder. The other middle-aged man was the college dean. In this battle, the 7 immortal factions have joined forces to launch an immortal war. "I'm afraid the Jun family will have a hard time," the Grand Elder said with a shake of his head. "Never underestimate the Jun family's foundation," the college dean sighed. "Oh, does the Jun family have the ability to resist the combined attack of the 7 immortal factions?" the Grand Elder asked in surprise. "I don't know about that, but one thing is certain. The 7 immortal factions will have to pay an unprecedented price," the college dean muttered. "Then should we?" The Grand Elder hesitated. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had another identity. He was the Holy Spirit College's holy son. Our Holy Spirit College is a college that educates and educates. It's not suitable for us to participate in a war, but let's observe the situation first. Perhaps we don't need to do anything?" the college dean said with a shake of his head. It wasn't that he was a coward. Although the Holy Spirit College had a deep foundation, strictly speaking, it was only a college. It had many young juniors, and its overall strength couldn't compare to a true immortal faction. "You don't need to do anything," college dean means. The Grand Elder looked in another direction. He was looking in the direction of Qing province. Qingzhou was where the Jiang family resided. The Holy Spirit College was not the only one paying attention. All forces in the Huangtian mystic realm were also paying attention to the Jiang family. After all, the Jun family was besieged by 7 different forces. If there was any immortal force that would fight alongside the Jun family unconditionally, it would be the Jiang family of the ancients. The two families were practically in the same boat. They were bound together for good or ill. At this moment, in the sky above the Jiang family, there were also a few figures with powerful auras standing in the void. Amongst them was Jun Xiaoyao's grandfather, Jiang Daoshu. But at this moment, Jiang Daoshu was hale and hearty, and his eyes were like stars that emanated spirit. He didn't seem sickly at all. After refining the 9 profundity undying grass that Jun Xiaoyao had given him, Jiang Daoshu's hidden injuries had been completely healed. At this moment, his aura had reached its peak. "Dao Su, what do you think of the battle?" asked an old woman emitting the aura of a 9 heaven supreme. "What do you think? Don't you know the power of the Jun family?" Jiang Daoshu smiled faintly, looking very calm. "Well, we really don't know. After all, the Jun family's waters are too deep. Who knows how many old monsters are buried in various forbidden areas? Maybe the Jun family members themselves have forgotten." The old woman smiled bitterly and shook her head. It wasn't that such things hadn't happened before. There were ancient powerhouses of the Jun family who had awakened from their deep slumber. Even the Jun family themselves didn't know which era this powerhouse who had jumped out from the corner of the Jun family belonged to. From this, one could see how prosperous the Jun family was. It had been passed down for countless years and had never declined. Let's wait and see for now. Maybe those old guys of the Jun family don't want the Jiang family to interfere in this matter. Jiang Daoshu sighed and shook his head with a smile. The Jiang family didn't plan to interfere now. They chose to wait and see. Of course, if something really happened in the battle and the Jun family couldn't handle it, the Jiang family wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. However, although the Jiang family thought so, outsiders didn't think so. TSK, I didn't expect the Jiang family to be so quiet. You can't blame the Jiang family. If it were only 1 or 2 immortal forces, the Jiang family could intervene. But now there are 7 immortal forces. Who would dare to intervene? That's true. But the Jun family is in trouble this time. The big shots of many ancient forces in the Huangtian mystic realm were communicating with each other through divine consciousness. At the same time, the forces of the four Archean royalty had already marched toward the Emperor state. The Jun family also began to mobilize. In the void, the figure of a stalwart middle-aged man appeared. It was the current head of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao's second uncle, Jun Wui. Jun Wui stood in the void, his eyes indifferent. Although he wasn't the strongest powerhouse of the Jun family, he was the leader of the Jun family. Now that the immortal battle had begun, as the head of the Jun family, he naturally had to be the first to step forward. Second uncle. Seeing Jun Wui appear, Jun Xiaoyao also murmured. Although his second uncle, Jun Wuhui, was not as strong as his father, Jun Wui, and talented, he had a calm personality and was neither arrogant nor rash. Therefore, he was chosen by the grand ancestors to be the head of the Jun family. As for the next head of the Jun family, there was no doubt. Unless Jun Xiaoyao didn't want to be the head of the Jun family, he would definitely be the head of the Jun family. It seems that the Jun family has been hiding its power for too long. The world thinks that the Jun family is no longer powerful. If that's the case, then let the world know that there is an eighth unfathomable thing besides the 7 unfathomable things. The eighth unfathomable thing is the Jun family. As soon as Jun Wui finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a pitch-black horn stained with blood appeared. When they saw the horn, the big shots of the other forces who were watching the battle from afar all held their breaths. Only a few very old, living fossils knew what it was. This is the Horn of Annihilation. It seems that the Jun family is getting serious. Seeing the horn, many of the old antiques took a deep breath, and the shock in their eyes was indescribable. When the Jun family blows the Horn of Annihilation, it means that the Jun family is going to wash the world with blood. Anyone who tries to stop the Jun family will be trampled to ashes by the iron hooves of annihilation. One of the old antiques sighed with deep seriousness and fear in his eyes. The Horn of Annihilation of the Jun family was more intimidating than the dragon banner of Zulong and the war drum of the Wang family. Wu, the current head of the Jun family, Jun Wui, blew the Horn of Annihilation. In an instant, the desolate sound of the horn spread throughout the Huangtian mystic realm. Not only that, but it even spread to the other mystic realms. Some of the ancient figures in the other mystic realms seemed to be shocked. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked in the direction of the Huangtian mystic realm. That sound is the Horn of Annihilation of the Jun family. I wonder how many forces will be destroyed. When the horn is sounded, the world will fall. The Jun family's army will be unstoppable. At that moment, many ancient figures in the mystic realms looked at the Huangtian mystic realm. It was safe to say that the entire 9 heavens mystic realm was watching the battle of the immortals. Chapter 503. The desolate sound of the horn of Armageddon spread throughout the entire Huangtian mystic realm and even the 9 heavens mystic realm. Jun Wui blew the horn for the first time. A terrifying formation rose from the Jun family in the Emperor state. Hundreds of millions of formation runes appeared in the sky and on the ground, intertwining with each other. It was an extremely vast formation that covered almost the entire Emperor state. The mountains, rivers, and seas seemed to be just a part of the formation. Many ancient beings felt their scalps tingle when they sensed the power of the formation. This is the 3rd killing formation of the ancient era. Many great figures who had lived for countless years trembled in fear. The formation protecting the Jun family was actually the legendary 3rd killing formation of the ancient era. It was the 3rd most terrifying killing formation that had been passed down since ancient times. The 1st and 2nd killing formations were rumored to have been completely lost. Even if they were to appear occasionally, they would only be incomplete parts of the formation. However, the 3rd killing formation that the Jun family had just used was the complete version. Its power was enough to kill a supreme being. This is too terrifying. They actually used the complete third killing formation of the ancient era as the formation protecting the Jun family. Is this what the Jun family is capable of? Many great figures from the immortal forces exclaimed. Other things aside, the third killing formation of the ancient era alone was not something that ordinary immortal forces could possess. It was worth noting that the resources required to set up the third killing formation of the ancient era alone were immeasurable. Moreover, the third killing formation covered the entire Emperor state. The scale of the formation made the great figures from the immortal forces feel their scalps tingle. So, the formation protecting the Jun family is the third killing formation of the ancient era. Jun Xiaoyao sighed when he saw the formation. The third killing formation of the ancient era. The immortal forces, such as the Zulong clan, would probably lose a lot of their forces before they could even attack the Jun family. However, the third killing formation of the ancient era was only the tip of the iceberg. Then, Jun Wui blew the horn for the second time. This time, the void above the Jun family split open. For huge armies swept through the sky. They were the wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards of the Jun family. At the very beginning, Jun Xiaoyao had mobilized 40,000 troops of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain troops to reinforce the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. But now, for armies had rushed out from the void, and each army had 1,000,000 people. 1,000,000 wind, shadow guards. 1,000,000 palace guards, 1,000,000 fire cavalry, 1,000,000 mountain divine guards. For million-strong armies came out in full force. Their flags fluttered in the wind, and their weapons rang out in unison. Their fighting spirit burned the sky. Valiant and spirited, they were a terrifying army that could fight against the heavens and the earth. The 4 guards of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards are willing to go through water and tread on fire for the Jun family. Wherever the Jun family points, not a single blade of grass will be spared. The leaders of the 4 armies were all holy lord powerhouses. They reared their heads back and roared, their fighting spirit shattering the heavens. 4,000,000 people shouted in unison, shaking the heavens and earth. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. I can't believe that the 4 guards of the Jun family are so powerful. Many forces outside the Emperor state were watching. The 4 guards of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards of the Jun family were also very famous in the Huangtian mystic realm. However, no one had expected that there would be so many of them. Below the undying powers, these 4 armies were practically unmatched, able to massacre any power. But it wasn't over yet. Jun Wui blew the horn of annihilation for the 3rd time. The void split open again, and a silent and solemn troop stepped out on iron hooves. What's that? The Jun family has an army? An army. The aura of this army is even more powerful than the 4 guards of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain troops. Everyone's eyes were focused on the army. This army didn't have many people. There were only 100,000 of them, but the aura of each of them was extremely terrifying. They were riding on pure-blooded creatures, and the weapons in their hands were ancient, holy weapons. Among them, the weakest cultivation was at the heavenly god realm. The leaders of the thousands of small teams were all at the pre-saint realm. The hundreds of captains were all at the saint realm. The 5 leaders of the army were all at the quasi-supreme realm. Jun family's Gantian holy guards, listen to my orders. An enemy has invaded the Jun family. What should we do? The quasi-supreme leader at the front shouted loudly, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The 100,000 soldiers shouted. Their killing intent shook the clouds. That terrifying aura was about to destroy the universe. Sensing this terrifying aura, many immortal forces in the surroundings sucked in a breath of cold air. Could that be the legendary Gantian holy guards of the Jun family? Although there aren't many of them, they are extremely elite. They can be called an invincible army. Zulong and the other Archean royalty armies are also terrifying. But compared to the Jun family's Gantian holy guards, they are nothing. The June family had blown the horn of annihilation 3 times. The power they had displayed had already shocked countless immortal realm forces. However, the shock wasn't over. June Wooey blew the horn of annihilation for the 4th time. Roar! As the horn sounded, a shocking beast roar sounded. In the depths of the June family there were 2 sealed void cages. At this moment the cages were opened. 2 terrifying auras burst out. Ferocious auras surged into the sky. Roar! A ferocious beast, over 100 jong long with a pair of wings on its ribs, let out a roar as it charged forward. It was shaped like a tiger and was extremely ferocious. Its terrifying aura was comparable to that of a great heavenly venerable. That is the ancient ferocious beast, Cheong-chi. Some ancient cultivators were so shocked that their scalps went numb. The June family had raised an ancient ferocious beast. However, that wasn't all. From another void cage, a giant ape that was hundreds of feet tall, like a mountain, rushed out. This giant ape's head was white, and its palms and feet were red. It slapped its chest, and the vibrating sound spread throughout the world. There was a terrifying sound of killing. It's the ancient ferocious beast Juyen. When this beast appears, the world will go to war. An ancient cultivator was shocked to the point of numbness. 2 ancient ferocious beasts comparable to heavenly venerables came out of the June family's territory. One beast could stop 1,000,000 soldiers. Not to mention the outsiders, even Jun Xiaoyao was amazed. Even he didn't know that the June family had raised 2 ancient ferocious beasts. June Wooey continued to blow the horn of annihilation for the 5th time. Following the sound of the horn, the entire Emperor State and even the entire Huangtian mystic realm mobilized countless forces. This time, the horn was used to mobilize all forces affiliated with the June family to participate in the war. Usually, these forces were trained by the June family. Now that the June family had started a war, they naturally couldn't stay out of it. Prepare the army and move out! On the 4 symbols' ancient nations side, the Vermilion Bird Emperor and the others led millions of soldiers to the war. Purple Mansion, Holy Ground, go to war! The Purple Mansion, Holy Ground, which had previously become a vassal of the June family, also went to war at this moment. Countless vassal forces had also made their move. There were first-rate forces and second-rate forces. Although this force was scattered, it could still turn into a wave of destruction if it was concentrated. June Wooey blew the horn of annihilation for the 6th time. This time there was a terrifying imperial aura in the June family's territory. That's the aura of an imperial weapon. Some people's eyelids twitched. However, this was not unexpected. With the June family's resources, it would be strange if they didn't have an imperial weapon. However, the June family didn't reveal their imperial weapon. Obviously, they were guarding against the imperial weapons of Zulong and other forces. Finally, June Wooey blew the horn of annihilation for the 7th time. This was the June family's last horn of annihilation. When the horn of annihilation resounded throughout the vast expanse, there was a commotion in the June family's ancestral hall. Endless holy light surged, and the supreme aura emerged. The earth trembled as if something was about to break out of the ground. An old voice was heard. Which era is this? The horn of annihilation has been blown. Someone has offended the June family again and disturbed this old man's dream. It's time for all of you to wake up. Who dares to offend the June family? Is it a foreign invasion, or are those old things in the Forbidden Zone restless again? I don't know. Who cares? Just kill them. Chapter 504. Following the chatter, figures that could make the starry sky tremble crawled out from the ground of the June family's ancestral hall. The accumulated soil was turned over, and terrifying figures with powerful auras crawled out from the ground. There were men, women, old and young. They all looked different, but without exception, they were all terrifyingly powerful. The weakest among them was a lesser celestial lord. Some of them crawled out from coffins, while others dug out from the soil. All of them were covered in dirt and dust. These were just some of the great ancestors buried in the June family's ancestral hall. There were also some great ancestors and powerhouses of the June family who were sleeping in different places. Some of them were even drifting in the starry sky. But even these great ancestors in the June family's ancestral hall were powerful enough, and there were quite a few of them. 17th ancestor, 15th ancestor, 14th ancestor, 13th ancestor, 12th ancestor, 11th ancestor. When the great ancestors of the June family woke up one by one, all the forces watching from the outside were so shocked that their souls trembled. The horn of extinction of the June family sounded 7 times. Every time the horn was blown, the June family's shocking heritage would be revealed. The third killing formation, the Holy Guard of Heaven, the archaic great evil, the sleeping great ancestors, every single one of their trump cards was enough to make countless great figures feel their scalps go numb. Is this the June family of the primordial era that stood tall in the mystic realm? It is indeed terrifying. Now, the cultivators who thought that the June family would suffer a crushing defeat were speechless at the moment. The corner of the June family's heritage was enough to shock them for many years. At this moment, the awakened great ancestors of the June family walked out of the ancestral hall and met up with the 18th ancestor and the others. Haha, you guys are awake too. The 18th ancestor smiled faintly. Which idiot dared to provoke the June family? Did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? A gray-haired old man cursed. He was the 17th ancestor, and he had only been asleep for a short time. He wanted to have a long dream, but he was awakened by the horn of extinction. It's like this. The 18th ancestor briefly explained the situation. I see. The 17th ancestor and the others nodded slightly. However, the group of great ancestors' eyes fell on Jun Xiaoyao. TSK, the Jun family has a young man with such talent. This is not just the bearing of a great emperor, but the bearing of an immortal, right? You want to kill the Qilin son of the Jun family? That Archean royalty is simply courting death. These patriarchs surrounded Jun Xiaoyao with satisfied looks on their faces. Xiaoyao greets the ancestors. Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands in greeting, feeling slightly embarrassed. He felt like an animal in a zoo, surrounded by people. Don't worry. Our Jun family has seen a lot of these small waves. What can the 7 immortal forces do to our Jun family? The 17th ancestor patted Jun Xiaoyao's shoulder. Since you're already awake, let's teach the Archean royalty a lesson. The great ancestors of the Jun family had cold looks on their faces. The ancestors of the Jun family woke up from their deep slumber. The allied forces of the Archean royalty had also arrived at the periphery of Emperor State, the 3rd Archean killing formation. Long Han Supreme of the lair of Zulong had a solemn look in his eyes. The 3rd Archean killing formation was ferocious. Even if it was him, if he were to recklessly step in and be attacked by the killing array, only death awaited him. However, this time the 7 immortal forces had joined forces to attack. Even the 3rd killing formation could not stop them. Form the 9 luminaries' heavenly dragon formation. As soon as Long Han's voice fell, hundreds of dragon saints formed formation seals. At the same time, the ancestors of Zulong also formed formation seals. The shadows of 9 dragons appeared in the sky, roaring and shaking as if they could make the heavens tremble. The 9 luminaries' heavenly dragon formation was also an extremely terrifying formation. Although it was not as good as the 3rd Archean killing formation, it was still one of the top formations that Zulong could bring out. Zulong's team rushed into the Emperor State with the 9 luminaries' heavenly dragon formation. At the same time, the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, the ancient Qilin Cave, and the ancient Crocodile Lake all formed their own terrifying formations to resist the 3rd Archean killing formation. just as the four immortal forces of the Archean royalty stepped into the Emperor state. The third killing formation began to boil. The third killing formation began to boil. Countless terrifying rays of light appeared in the sky. This scene was simply like a raging tide that wanted to destroy the world, wanting to destroy the heavens and the earth. Rumble. The third killing formation activated, and endless killing lights filled the sky. Mountains collapsed, and the earth caved in. As for the living beings of the Emperor state, most of them had already entered the June family settlement, so they would not be harmed by the third killing formation. Even though the four immortal forces of the Archean royalty had the support of the venerable Archean ancestors and the vast formation's defense, the third killing formation was still not enough. In the face of the third most terrifying killing formation in history, large numbers of primordial creatures still fell. Blood splattered across the sky, and the entire Emperor state was covered in a bloody mist. Kill. Today, we swear to destroy the June family. If the June family is not destroyed, the Archean royalty will never have peace. Although countless primordial creatures had fallen in the third killing formation, the remaining primordial creatures were still alive. However, the rest of the far ancient royal family were still very hot-blooded. They roared into the sky, their battle intent soaring to the heavens. Moreover, the four immortal forces of the Archean royalty weren't the only ones attacking. The Demon Ox Mountain, the Cave of Coiling Silk, the Snake Emperor Valley, and hundreds of other primordial royal families also brought hundreds of millions of troops and charged toward the June family's ancestral land along with the Archean royalty. They really do have some guts. Seeing the roaring Archean royalty, some of the ancestors of the June family who had just awakened had contemptuous smiles on their faces. If that's the case, then let's make them understand what reality is. The 17th ancestor shook his head and smiled. In the June family's ancestral land, the various armies had also been reorganized. June Wui stood in the void with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "The June family points its sword at the world. Those who offend the June family will be killed, no matter how far away they are." As soon as he finished speaking, millions of armored horses stepped into the sky. The four forces of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain forces turned into four torrents and rolled forward. The elders of the June family also came out one by one. Their eyes were filled with coldness, and a cold light was emitted from them. The Gantian sacred guards also stepped into the sky under the command of 5 quasi-supreme martial artists. War horses neighed, ancient beasts roared, and heaven and earth shook. The 2 ancient war beasts, Cheongchi and Jian, also set out with the Gantian sacred guards. In addition, countless vassal forces of the June family also led hundreds of millions of troops and followed. "Let's go meet them," the 16th ancestor said. The other ancestors of the June family nodded. "Then I'll hold back, just in case," the 18th ancestor said. However, the other ancestors knew that the 18th ancestor was specifically following Jun Xiaoyao to protect him from being threatened by the Archean royalty. Kill. The 7 ancestors of the June family stepped into the sky, the might of the Supremes shaking the world. Just as the June family moved out, on the other side, the forces of the Archean royalty finally saw the location of the June family. Kill. Leave no one in the June family alive. Supremacy Long Han roared. This was the best opportunity to destroy the June family, so they naturally wouldn't miss it. If they missed this opportunity, it would be almost impossible to unite all the immortal forces to deal with the June family again. Therefore, this time, even if they had to pay the price in blood, they had to take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the June family. Chapter 505. The army of the June family finally clashed with the army of the Archean royalty. Angry shouts and battle cries reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. The 4 armies of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain turned into 4 torrents and clashed with the army of the Archean royalty. The hundreds of millions of troops of the Archean royalty clashed with the countless subordinate forces of the June family. It was an apocalyptic battle with billions of lives lost, and the sound of killing shook the entire Huangtian mystic realm. The battle had only been going on for a quarter of an hour, but the blood that was spilled had already converged into a river, meandering across the land of the Emperor State. Many mountains had collapsed, and the earth had sunk. The immortal war had begun, and soldiers were fighting soldiers, generals were fighting generals. It was not just the armies that were crushing each other. Some quasi-sages and saints also began to fight each other. As for the more powerful supremes, they stood high above the 9 heavens and fought among the stars in the universe. In the eyes of the supremes, the stars were like toys that were casually thrown away and annihilated. The great ancestors of the Jun family were also serious. They raised their hands, and the vigorous laws intertwined, destroying thousands of miles of the void. These great ancestors of the Jun family are really difficult to deal with. Long Han and the others looked grim, although the 4 immortal forces combined were more than the Jun family in terms of numbers. However, the great ancestors of the Jun family were all very powerful. They could cut down the Milky Way and destroy stars with a single hand. What he's using seems to be a terrifying ancient technique from a certain era. What kind of supreme secret technique is this? The techniques used by the great ancestors of the Jun family even stunned some of the supremes on the Archean royalty side. Some of the great ancestors of the Jun family had been sleeping for too long, and most people would not be able to recognize them when they used the techniques of their era. However, the power was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to cut through time and space. Soon, there were supremes who were bleeding. The 14th great ancestor seized the opportunity to shatter the physical body of a Zulong supremes with a single palm strike, and then the primordial spirit of the supremes was also destroyed. On the other side, a supreme's ancient ancestor of the Wan Huang spirit mountain was cut in half by the 12th great ancestor of the Jun family. Originally, supreme being experts had extremely strong recovery abilities. Even if their physical bodies were shattered, they could still recover in an extremely short period of time. However, the 12th ancestors seemed to contain a destructive law. The ancient ancestor of the Wan Huang spirit mountain could not recover at all. The 12th forefather's face was indifferent as he slashed the primordial spirit of the Wan Huang spirit mountain ancestor into nothingness. Then there was the ancient patriarch of the ancient crocodile lake who fought in his true form. However, the 11th patriarch used a sword to cut open his stomach, causing blood to flow out for millions upon millions of kilometers, dyeing the river of stars red. It could be said that the battle was incomparably tragic. However, this tragedy was mostly caused by the Archean royalty. Regardless of whether it was a battle between armies or supreme being experts, the Jun family had the upper hand. The 4 troops of wind, forest, fire, mountain, and forest were extremely valiant. Although they suffered casualties, they caused the enemy to suffer 10 times more casualties. As for the Gantian mountain Saint Guards, they were even more terrifying. They lost very few people, but everywhere they passed, no one could block them. They were like an invincible spear. However, many forces also knew that the 2 sides had yet to fully engage in the final battle. Both sides still had trump cards that they had yet to use. However, even so, the battle was already tragic enough. It was especially so in the starry sky above the 9 heavens, where many supreme being great ancestors fought and crushed thousands of stars in the starry sky into powder. The pitch-black space cracks spread everywhere, and the scene was extremely terrifying. If such a battle were to take place in the Huangtian mystic realm, it would definitely sink half of the mystic realm. This is the battle of the immortals. It is indeed a scene that is rarely seen in countless eras. Even with Jun Xiaoyao's calm personality, at this moment, he felt the blood in his body boiling. With a single hand, the universe collapsed and shattered. This was the power of a supreme being. Then, how powerful would a boundary emperor, or even a true great emperor, be? What about the legendary immortals, who were illusory and ethereal? At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao also strengthened his belief. He still had a long way to go. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking in his heart, above the 9 heavens, the supreme beings of the Archean royalty surrounded the great ancestors of the Jun family, but they were unable to kill even one of them. On the other hand, the Archean royalty had already lost 5 or 6 supreme being great ancestors. This can't go on. A murderous light flashed in the eyes of Supreme Being Long Han and the others. At this point, there was no turning back. They could only continue to show their strength and kill the great ancestors of the Jun family. Imperial weapon out. At this moment, Supreme Being Long Han roared into the sky. His voice shook 100,000 miles and shattered the surrounding stars. As his voice spread out, a terrifying aura erupted in the ancestral land of the Zulong in Hong State, and the imperial might rose. A terrifying black gold guillotine rose into the sky. The entire guillotine was very large, and it was made entirely of black dragon patterned gold. One had to know that the noble Princess Longji had only used a small amount of black dragon patterned gold to make a small hairpin. But now, this huge guillotine was made entirely of black dragon patterned gold. The edge of the guillotine was covered with dark, mottled blood, as if it was left behind by a demon god. That's Zulong's imperial weapon, the ancestral dragon guillotine. Many forces in the Huangtian mystic realm were shocked. Zulong's imperial weapon, the ancestral dragon guillotine, was definitely an extremely terrifying weapon. It was once wielded by the ancient emperor of Zulong, and it had killed a real great emperor. Generally speaking, the lair of Zulong would not use this emperor weapon until the very last moment. At the same time when Zulong took out the imperial weapon, imperial might also surged out from the Wanhuang spirit mountain. A bright red divine weapon as bright as blood and as brilliant as gold rose into the sky. It was shaped like a spear, but there were blades on both sides like a phoenix spreading its wings. It's the imperial weapon of the Wanhuang spirit mountain, the phoenix wings gilded with gold. It's made entirely of crimson phoenix blood gold. The imperial weapon of the Wanhuang spirit mountain shocked everyone again. At the ancient Qilin cave, purple qi filled the air. In the misty purple qi, a purple gold wheel emerged, as if a purple Qilin was entrenched in a ring. As the wheel spun, it seemed to flow with the profound meaning of life and death, and the void was cut open. It's the ancient Qilin cave's imperial weapon, the Qilin wheel. The Qilin wheel was made entirely of divine marked gold, and there were billions of Qilin clan markings on it. As it spun, the world collapsed. The appearance of the third imperial weapon made all the cultivators a little numb. However, at the ancient crocodile lake, another imperial weapons might erupted. However, this imperial might carried with it a ferocious aura. An imperial weapon that looked like a spiked club rose from the depths of the Great Lake. The imperial weapon was very dark, and the white spikes looked like the teeth of a crocodile. It's the ancient crocodile lake's imperial weapon, the barren crocodile's broken tooth. Rumor has it that the spikes on it are the teeth of the crocodile ancestor. Feeling the imperial weapon's ferocious aura, many of the important figures felt their hearts palpitate. The crocodile ancestor was an infamous ancient emperor. He had once created boundless murderous calamities and swallowed an entire starfield in one gulp. Previously, at the ancient crocodile lake, a descendant of the crocodile ancestor was born and entered the emperor road. At this moment, for Archean royalty imperial weapons rose into the sky at the same time. Their might shook the 9 heavens and stirred up endless winds and clouds. Chapter 506. Imperial weapons were the weapons of the great emperors. They possessed endless power. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao had obtained Great Emperor Panwu's weapon, the Coiling Emperor Sword. However, at that time, Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation wasn't high enough. He couldn't use the imperial weapon at all. Now, the 4 imperial weapons of the Archean royalty soared into the sky, their power shaking the 9 heavens. At most, exalted-level experts were already capable of using imperial armaments. It could be said that if two supremes of the same level had an imperial weapon, they could definitely crush or even kill the other supremes. No matter how strong the Jun family is, how many imperial weapons do they have? Supremacy Long Han of Zulong shouted coldly. Imperial weapons were extremely rare. Normally, even immortal forces only had one. They were used as the foundation of their family. Even if the Jun family had their own imperial weapons, they only had two, including the coiling emperor sword that Jun Xiaoyao had found. On the other hand, the Archean royalty had a total of 4 imperial weapons. Supremacy Long Han activated the ancestral dragon chopper. Its power was overwhelming. The other 3 supremes of the Archean royalty also had 3 imperial weapons: the Phoenix Wing Golden Centipede, the Qilin Wheel, and the Wild Alligator's Broken Tooth. All of a sudden, the patriarchs of the Jun family were in danger. Indeed, the patriarchs of the Jun family were stronger and more powerful than the patriarchs of the Archean royalty. However, the difference wasn't that big. The supremes of the Archean royalty had the imperial weapon and turned the tables around. Do you think the Jun family lacks imperial weapons? 16th Patriarch snorted coldly. He raised his hand and grabbed in the direction of the Jun family. Suddenly, an ancient sword with a peerless sharpness that could cut through everything in the world broke through the air. Around the ancient sword, the shadows of 10,000 spirits appeared and worshipped. An ancient aura filled the air, causing the surrounding space to collapse inch by inch. The sword light illuminated the 9 heavens. It was the imperial weapon, the coiling emperor sword. With the coiling emperor sword in hand, the 16th Patriarch's combat strength skyrocketed. The sword light swept across the sky with peerless power. When they saw this scene, Supreme Exalt Long Han and the others weren't surprised. Everyone knew that because of Jun Xiaoyao, the Jun family had obtained the Pan Huang sword of the Panwu Jin dynasty. That's the Pan Huang sword that belongs to my Pan Wu Jin dynasty. Seeing the Pan Huang sword, the Pan Wu Jin dynasty's god, Lord Pan Wu's expression became unsightly, turning the color of pig liver. The Jun family was a bandit. Since they had stolen the Pan Huang sword, it was impossible for them to return it. So what if you have the Pan Huang sword? Bring out your Jun family's other imperial weapon. But even so, you only have 2 imperial weapons, Long Han sneered. Ha! How would a frog at the bottom of a well know the depth of my Jun family's resources? The faces of the 17th ancestor and the others were filled with disdain. That kind of feeling was like looking at a country bumpkin. Imperial weapons attack. The 17th ancestor roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder that resounded for thousands of miles in the sky. At the same time, the Jun family's ancestral temple was filled with a terrifying imperial aura. At that moment, everyone in the Huangtian mystic realm was paying attention. The Jun family definitely had their own imperial weapon, but they had never used it before. That was why many people were curious. Under everyone's gazes, a golden ancient mirror floated into the air. The golden ancient mirror was octagonal, resembling an 8 trigrams array. Runes of the 8 trigrams were engraved around it. The surface of the mirror seemed to contain all living things in the universe: the sun, the moon, the stars, the mountains, the rivers, and the seas. Grass, trees, insects, and fish all seemed to be born and changed within. It was extremely mysterious and magical. With a casual shake of the mirror, a terrifying beam of light shot out, piercing through the void. It seemed to be able to disintegrate all things and turn them into the most primitive particles. That ancient mirror looks like it was forged from the gold of the tribulation of the path. Is that the Jun family's imperial weapon? It is indeed powerful. Feeling the horror of the ancient golden mirror, many influential figures who were watching the battle from other states took a deep breath. Here comes the heavenly emperor mirror. The 17th ancestor waved his hand, and the heavenly emperor mirror fell into his hand. However, What made everyone feel astonished was that the imperial aura in the June family's ancestral hall had yet to dissipate. Under everyone's shocked gazes, another artifact appeared. It was a golden scroll, which also seemed to be forged from the gold of the tribulation of the path. Flowers of the Tao floated around the scroll, and countless illusory images of mountains and rivers appeared. They looked like dragon veins and finally gathered within the scroll. That is, the billions of people who were watching the battle in the Huangtian mystic realm were all stunned. Wasn't the June family's imperial weapon the Heavenly Emperor Mirror? What was this scroll that emitted the imperial aura? Earth Emperor's book come. The 11th ancestor, who was above the 9 heaven stars, shouted. The Earth Emperor's book rose into the air, bringing with it the endless power of the earth. The June family has a second imperial weapon, the Earth Emperor's book. Gasps were heard from all directions. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Supreme Long Han and the others held their breaths for a moment. However, that was not the end. A third object rose into the air from the June family's ancestral hall. It was a brush, and the body of the brush was also forged from the gold of the tribulation of the path. As the tip of the brush moved, it carried with it a great spirit. Emperor Brush, come. The 12th ancestor stretched out his hand, and the Emperor Brush rose into the air again. Dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. Damn it, the June family has 3 imperial weapons. Terrifying, this is too terrifying. Even an immortal force can't take out 3 imperial weapons at the same time. Countless old antiques who were watching the show were shocked. Their minds were shaken, and they seemed to have been petrified. That foundation was simply incredible. Even the spectators were shocked. Long Han and the others were even more shocked. Even with their temperament, they were shocked to the point of numbness. A chill ran down their spines. The Heavenly Emperor Mirror, the Earth Emperor's book, the Emperor Brush, and the coiling Emperor Sword. The number of imperial weapons the June family had was comparable to the number of imperial weapons they had in the Archean royalty. This was King ridiculous. Many people from the immortal forces were exclaiming. No wonder the June family said that they were the 8th most incredible force. This time, it really is incredible. Just as the spectators were exclaiming, above the 9 heavens, the battle broke out again. Unlike before, 8 imperial weapons joined the battle this time. The fluctuations were indescribable, as if the world was about to be destroyed. Tens of thousands of stars were shattered by the might of the imperial weapons in an instant. Cracks in space spread for hundreds of millions of miles. The 16th ancestor held the Emperor's sword in his hand and slashed. The sword light fell and cut the Milky Way in half. What was even more shocking was that the June family's 3 imperial weapons, the Heavenly Emperor Mirror, the Earth Emperor's book, and the Emperor Brush, could vaguely enhance each other. That aura was comparable to that of a supreme immortal artifact. These 3 imperial weapons were originally a set, and they were collectively known as the 3 imperial weapons. Their auras were connected, and when stacked together, their power increased exponentially. They were enough to suppress ordinary imperial weapons. Damn it! Long Han and the others were beaten until they coughed up blood and retreated. In just a quarter of an hour, a few more Supremes had fallen at the hands of the 3 imperial weapons. If this continued, how could they withstand it? Wang family, holy sect, fallen god palace, if you don't make a move today, you won't have another chance. Long Han shouted. This time, everyone suddenly came to their senses. The June family's opponent wasn't just the Archean royalty. There were also 3 immortal forces that had declared war. Hearing Long Han's angry shout, the holy sect's sacred leader, Wang Yuanba of the Wang family and Ancestor Sha of the Fallen God Palace, had a tacit understanding. Mobilize the troops. We must destroy the June family in this battle. The 3 immortal forces once again participated in the immortal war. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel. == Chapter 507. To be honest, The Jun family's performance in this immortal battle had indeed shocked all the forces in the Huangtian mystic realm. At first, everyone thought that the Jun family might not be able to withstand the 4 Archean royalty alone. But what was the result? First, the ancestors of the Jun family woke up, and then the 4 imperial weapons appeared. It could be said that the Jun family's foundation had shocked everyone. The Jun family was indeed worthy of being one of the 3 imperial families of the Huangtian mystic realm. They were indeed qualified to be called the 8th most incredible family. But now, everyone felt that the Jun family's resources were almost all gone. The powerhouses who should have awakened had awakened. The imperial weapons that should have been used had been used. The 3rd killing formation had been operating. Under such circumstances, the fact that the Jun family could withstand the 4 Archean royalty and gain the upper hand was enough to shock the mystic realm for billions of years. But now, another 3 immortal forces were attacking the Jun family in the Emperor state. This was equivalent to wiping out the Jun family's advantage again. Not only that, the Jun family seemed to have no extra strength to deal with the 3 immortal forces. Sigh, what a pity, what a pity. I've finally seen the Jun family's strength today. The Jun family, as an immortal force, can withstand the 4 Archean royalty alone. It's already terrifying enough. But there are 7 immortal forces that have declared war on the Jun family. Many forces sighed when they saw this scene. The Jun family's performance had exceeded everyone's expectations. But there were 7 immortal forces that wanted the Jun family dead. The Jun family was outnumbered. It was impossible for them to survive alone. At this moment, on the Jiang family side, even Jiang Daoxiu frowned slightly. To be honest, the Jun family did not seem to have extra strength to deal with the 3 immortal forces now. Jiang Daoxiu ordered, "Pass down my order. The Jiang family's army is to prepare for war. Be ready to move out at any time." At this moment, the huge Jiang family began to operate secretly. Many members of the Jiang family gathered. Some of the Jiang family's supreme grand ancestors also gathered. Oh, is the Jiang family going to make a move? Seeing the Jiang family's movement in the Qing state, many big shots were surprised. If the Jiang family made a move, the Jun family might really be able to overcome this crisis and make history. At the same time, the Wang family, the Holy Sect, and the Fallen God Palace entered the Emperor state. The moment they entered, they were attacked by the 3rd killing formation. The cultivators of the 3 factions were cut down like weeds. Even so, the 3 immortal forces did not stop and continued to advance toward the Jun family. As for the 4 elements as well as the Gantian Saint Guards, they were all held up by the Archean royalty and were unable to assist. Roar! Qiongqi and Juyen, the 2 great ancient beasts, roared and charged at the 3 immortal forces. The Qiongqi opened its mouth and roared. Boundless dark flames surged into the sky as if they wanted to burn the entire world. On the other hand, Juyan's body was as massive as an ancient demonic mountain. As his feet trembled, the ground cracked. "Humph, evil creature, let me have a taste of you." A paragon old ancestor from the Wang family made a move. Within the Saint sect, there were also 2 supreme guardians who appeared to resist. 2 primordial great ferocious beasts were unable to stop the 3 imperishable forces. Everyone's eyes fell on the Jun family as they watched the 3 immortal forces march in. There was only one 18th ancestor on the Jun family side. How could he stop them? At this moment, in the Jun family, the 18th ancestor stood indifferently in the void, looking at the 3 immortal forces that were about to arrive. Jun Xiaoyao stood beside the 18th ancestor with his hands behind his back. He also had a calm expression on his face. The others, such as Wang Chuan, Jun Linglong, Jun Ing, Nalan Ruashi, and the others, did not have a trace of fear on their faces. They were willing to live and die with the Jun family. "Xiaoyao, are you afraid?" The 18th ancestor smiled. "Afraid?" Jun Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes and said, "May I ask, old ancestor, how do you spell the word frayed?" The 18th ancestor heard this and laughed. Good. You are indeed the future pillar of the Jun family. You are able to remain calm in front of the three armies." The 18th ancestor was very satisfied with Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed and said, "Old ancestor, Xiaoyao has a presumptuous request." "Speak." The 18th ancestor's eyes flashed. What kind of request would Jun Xiaoyao make at a time like this? "Xiaoyao wants to fight the three immortal forces alone." Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently, "What?" This request stunned the 18th ancestor. He thought that he had misheard. "Xiaoyao, could it be that I'm hallucinating?" 18th ancestor could not believe his ears. "Xiaoyao wants to fight the three immortal forces alone." Jun Xiaoyao repeated, "Xiaoyao, you have the potential to prove your way and become an emperor, or even immortal. I am not worried about your future, but now—" What he meant was that although Jun Xiaoyao was now a saint, he could not influence an immortal war. Jun Xiaoyao said, "Old ancestor, you should know that Xiaoyao has never played with his life." Looking at the determination in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, the 18th ancestor hesitated. He then remembered that Jun Xiaoyao had the ability to come out of the bronze immortal palace safely. Could it be? The 18th ancestor thought of a certain possibility, and his eyes lit up. "Very well, Xiaoyao, go ahead. But I will pay attention to your safety," the 18th ancestor said. Jun Xiaoyao had a protective talisman that he had given him. Common Supremes would not have been able to kill Jun Xiaoyao within a few hits. The Jun family had enough time to react and save Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, then stepped out of the Jun residence alone and headed in the direction of the allied forces of the three immortal forces. Look, the son of God of the Jun family left the Jun residence. What is he trying to do? That direction is where the three immortal forces are coming from. Is the son of God of the Jun family crazy? What is he trying to do? Jun Xiaoyao's action was undoubtedly like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone felt that it was inconceivable. At this juncture, shouldn't Jun Xiaoyao be hiding in the ancestral hall of the Jun family? Why was he going to fight alone against the three undying powers? Lord Son of God, Young Master, Jun Linglong, Jun Ing, Nalan Ruashi, Forget Chuan, and the others were also surprised. Under the gaze of so many people, Jun Xiaoyao walked in the air with his hands behind his back. His white robe fluttered, and his sleeves fluttered. He was like a banished immortal, stepping into the battlefield of blood and fire. At the same time, the allied forces of the three immortal forces marched straight in and were not far from the Jun family's territory. At this moment, the allied forces of the three immortal forces suddenly stopped in their tracks. Even Wang Yuanba, the sacred cult master, and the other powerhouses focused their eyes and looked into the distance with a hint of surprise in their eyes. A figure dressed as white as snow stood above the 9 heavens with his hands behind his back. His eyes were cold as he sized up the allied forces of the three immortal forces. Heaven and earth were empty, and he was alone. It was Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao slowly stretched out his finger and pointed at the three immortal forces. His tone was indifferent and casual. "Today, I, Jun Xiaoyao, bestow defeat and death upon you." Chapter 508. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao said that, the world fell silent, and the universe fell silent. The entire battlefield seemed to have been stripped of all sound at this moment. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. What did they just hear? Jun Xiaoyao wanted to defeat the three immortal forces by himself? Everyone thought that they were hallucinating. Otherwise, the son of God of the Jun family had gone mad. Everyone could see the current situation. The Jun family was able to resist the 4 Archean royalty forces, but it was difficult for them to divert more forces to deal with the 3 immortal forces. Lord Son of God. Many prides and princesses of the forces who were watching the battle from the periphery were also worried for Jun Xiaoyao. The princess of the great Shang dynasty and other admirers were praying for Jun Xiaoyao in their hearts. At this moment, almost everyone in the Huangtian mystic realm was looking at Jun Xiaoyao. Even the battle between the great ancestors in the starry sky was not as exciting as Jun Xiaoyao fighting the three immortal forces by himself. Everyone wanted to know if Jun Xiaoyao had really gone mad, or if he had something to rely on. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, even Wang Yuanba thought that he had heard wrong for a moment. Wang Yuanba said coldly, "You brat, have you lost your mind?" Jun Xiaoyao looked at Wang Yuanba indifferently and said, "I killed Wang Ting." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yuanba's body trembled, and a terrifying murderous intent that was enough to change the color of the world burst out. Under such a shocking murderous intent, an ordinary saint would have gone limp and his mind would have collapsed. However, Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change. "You little bastard, you are courting death." Wang Yuanba raised his hand and was about to suppress Jun Xiaoyao with his palm. However, in Jun Xiaoyao's spatial power item, a protective talisman lit up. It was Jun Wuhui's protective talisman. Boundless light surged like a tide. Vaguely, a blurry figure that stood in the 9 heavens and 10 earths appeared and pointed at Wang Yuanba. PFFTT. Wang Yuanba's entire body flew out as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His shoulder was pierced through, leaving behind a large bloody hole. That figure is the white-robed divine King Jun Wuhui. Countless gasps could be heard from all directions. Many people felt goosebumps rising on their skin. It's no wonder that the Jun son of God's protective talisman is so. It's because he has the protective talisman. With this amulet, it's really impossible to kill the divine child of the Jun family in a second. Wang Yuanba wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression was even more furious. At the same time, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. The white-robed divine king was the divine kings of Wuhui even if Jun Wuhui was unable to participate in the battle of the immortals for some reason. It didn't mean that he was no longer a threat. "Kid, is this what you're relying on? If that's all, then you're really naive," the sacred leader of the sacred sect said indifferently. He sat high on the golden throne, as if he was a god worshipped by all. The white-robed divine King Jun Wuhui was powerful, but it was only a protective talisman after all. Once the energy in it was used up, it would be useless. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao was indeed naive to think that a protective talisman would be able to act arrogantly in front of the 3 immortal forces. I, the son of God, just want to say that the 3 immortal forces are all useless. What else can you do other than bully the weak? No one in the younger generation is a match for me, the son of God. Now I, the son of God, am standing right here. Is there any saint among the 3 forces who can kill me, the son of God? Jun Xiaoyao flung his sleeves, his tone cold and disdainful. His words directly stepped on the minefield of the 3 forces. Wang Yuanba's face was ferocious. Jun Xiaoyao was dancing on the tip of a knife. However, no one could refute his words because it was the truth. The sacred leader's face also darkened slightly. The sons and saintesses of the sacred sect were ashamed, but they had all died tragically in the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. As for the palace of the fallen god, it was filled with murderous intent. The fallen son of God, the dark son of God, and the underworld prince had all died in the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. He had almost cut off all the younger generation of the palace of the fallen god. This person is too arrogant, let me kill him. A middle-aged saint from the Wang family couldn't help but step out. He could be considered a rather famous genius of the Wang clan. After spending 800 years, he had become a saint. Although 800 years was a long time, it was considered very young for a saint. Of course, compared to Jun Xiaoyao, the 18-year-old saint, he was nothing. "Kid, I'll kill you." The saint of the Wang family shouted coldly, took out a heavenly knife, and swept it towards Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was not afraid of a saint of the same level. He activated the power of 100,000 divine elephants, and the true body of the primordial divine elephant appeared. Jun Xiaoyao pressed down with his palm, and the true body of the primordial divine elephant crushed down from the sky, shattering the void like a piece of paper. The saint of the Wang family was shocked, and he didn't even have the chance to struggle before his body exploded into a ball of blood, and even his primordial spirit was shattered. That's it. Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly. How dare he challenge him? Kid, don't be so arrogant. The second saint of the Wang family attacked again, but he was still killed by Jun Xiaoyao in 3 rounds. The corner of Wang Yuanba's eyes twitched. He wasn't sad about the saint's death, but he was angry. None of the saints of the Wang family could deal with Jun Xiaoyao. Let me do it. A saint of the sacred sect also attacked. He chanted scriptures, and golden ancient characters appeared one after another, like golden mountains, pressing down on Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. With a flick of his finger, the sword chi of the immortal slayer sword chant shot out, as if it could cut through the stars. The golden ancient characters were all shattered by the sword chi. Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the air and instantly appeared in front of the saint of the sacred sect, then punched him hard. The void shattered, and the spatial turbulence shook. The saint's body and primordial spirit were annihilated at the same time, and they were sucked into the dark spatial turbulence. The saints of the 3 immortal forces were all terrified, and they had goosebumps on their backs. They didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to be so powerful. As expected of a saint who has survived the supreme tribulation, the many forces watching from the outside of the emperor state exclaimed in their hearts, Jun Xiaoyao was an invincible saint. If such a ferocious person stepped onto the emperor's road, how could the other sky prides stand a chance? Why, is there no one else from the 3 forces? Jun Xiaoyao put one hand behind his back as he looked at the terrified gazes. After killing a few saints, his white robe was still spotless, and there was a faint smile on his lips. However, the more he was like this, the more terrifying it was. Seeing the extreme fear in the eyes of the saints of the 3 forces, Jun Xiaoyao sighed and shook his head slightly. How about this? I, the Son of God, will take a step back. Any saint of the 3 forces can fight, and I, the Son of God, will not rely on external forces. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, everyone stopped breathing, and their hearts seemed to have skipped a beat. Was Jun Xiaoyao going to fight all the saints of the 3 immortal forces alone? Chapter 509. Jun Xiaoyao's words made everyone dumbfounded. The higher one's realm, the harder it was to fight 1,000 alone. For example, in the Ascension realm or the Divine Fire realm, some prodigies could indeed fight 10 or even 100 alone. However, the higher one's realm, whether it was challenging someone of a higher realm or fighting 100 alone, it would be more difficult, especially those who could cultivate to the sage realm who didn't have some skills. They were all cultivators with a strong foundation and ability. Therefore, generally speaking, even if some of the saints with monstrous aptitudes could fight against 5 or 10 people at the same time, it would already be good enough. But now, Jun Xiaoyao said that all the saints of the 3 major forces could attack. What kind of courage was that? The saints of the 3 major forces added up to more than 900, close to 1,000. This was an extremely terrifying number that made one's scalp tingle. And Jun Xiaoyao was only one person, fighting 1,000 alone in the sage realm? They didn't even dare to think about it. However, when the saints of the 3 major forces heard this, their eyes burst with cold light. This kid is courting death. We can only fulfill his wish. The saint of the Wang family said with killing intent. That's right. There's no need to talk about face with Jun Xiaoyao. He's not human. He's a monster. A saint of the saint sect said coldly. It was a bit shameless for a group of saints to besiege a single saint. However, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't be measured by common sense. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao's talent was too monstrous. He was a huge hidden danger. The reason why this immortal battle was started was partly because Jun Xiaoyao was feared. At this point, the three major forces wouldn't be polite. There were more than 10 saints from the Wang family. Without hesitation, they joined forces and rushed out. There were also more than 20 saints of the Saint sect. There were also more than 10 saints of the fallen God Palace. Their bodies shook, turned into black smoke, and hid in the void, ready to backstab Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were calm. He naturally didn't want to be tortured or courted death. Instead, he wanted to use the saints of the three major forces to measure his current true strength and how strong he was. Jun Xiaoyao's strength was already very strong before he passed the Sage Tribulation. Now that he had passed the Sage Tribulation, Jun Xiaoyao felt that he had become even stronger. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not know exactly how strong they were. Therefore, he needed some tools to be used as a yardstick. Weren't the saints of the three undying forces just ready-made punching bags? Since it was free, what reason did Jun Xiaoyao have to not take advantage of it? He stepped forward and crossed the void, using his finger as a sword. The sword light of the immortal Slayer sword art surged out. He pointed at a saint of the Wang clan and directly pierced through his forehead, killing him in one move. It was a clean kill. Die. Several saints of the Wang family attacked together with bloodshot eyes. They cast all kinds of terrifying divine powers of the Wang family and surrounded Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao was caught off guard, just when the saints of the Wang family were overjoyed. In the next moment, they were shocked to find that the divine powers turned into nothingness when they came within 10 feet of Jun Xiaoyao. Mana immunity. The saints of the Wang family immediately thought of the rumors about Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao possessed a rare type of immunity to magical powers. However, they did not expect Jun Xiaoyao to be immune to even saint-level mana divine powers. Jun Xiaoyao took advantage of this opportunity to dash forward and punch a saint of the Wang family. The saint of the Wang family only felt that the surrounding space was squeezing his body. Jun Xiaoyao's punch sucked away all the surrounding air and distorted the void like an air cannon. Uft! The body of the saint of the Wang family could not withstand it and directly exploded. The saint's blood splattered everywhere. Golden divine chains of order rushed out of Jun Xiaoyao's forehead and turned into the primitive Emperor Dao sword, directly destroying the saint's primordial spirit. Kill! Seeing this, the saints of the sacred sect surrounded him again. They refused to believe that Jun Xiaoyao would be able to kill all of them on his own. All kinds of terrifying divine powers were released, and that part of the world was boiling. One had to admit that these saints' methods were very powerful. They caused the world to tremble and the earth to shatter. However, in front of Jun Xiaoyao, all of this was useless. During the Sage Tribulation, he could fight against the young great emperors and the young ancient emperors. Compared to those peerless figures, these saints in front of him were just like chickens and dogs. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Jun Xiaoyao used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to control 6 terrifying divine powers and smash them towards the group of saints. In an instant, blood splattered and broken limbs splattered everywhere. At the same time, there were panicked screams. Jun Xiaoyao killed over a dozen saints with a single punch. The rest of the saints were affected by the shock waves as well, spitting blood from their mouths. At this moment, a murderous light suddenly flashed across the void. It was the Saint of Slaughter from the fallen God Palace. He held a bloody dagger in his hand and stabbed it at Jun Xiaoyao from an extremely tricky and vicious angle. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm, and his body shook slightly. In an instant, the 7 dragon vital energy exploded, and a terrifying dragon chi surged out. On the surface of his body, a silver armor that glowed with rainbow light condensed. It was the rainbow sacred dragon armor. Ding! The bloody dagger stabbed the rainbow sacred dragon armor, but it could not leave a single mark. The The saint of slaughter from the fallen god palace was dumbfounded. The bloody dagger in his hand was close to a supreme artifact, but it could not even penetrate Jun Xiaoyao's armor. Ridiculous! Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. He raised his hand and blasted out. The 7-dragon vital energy surged. 7 dragon-shaped shadows of different colors rose into the sky. It was the ultimate move. 7 dragons destroy the world. Kill! Jun Xiaoyao let out a murderous roar. The saint of slaughter from the fallen god palace was directly blasted into nothingness by the 7 dragons destroy the world. Jun Xiaoyao's performance stunned many of the important figures outside the emperor state. They felt that it was somewhat unreal. Why did it feel like the saints who were usually high and mighty were inferior to pigs and dogs in front of Jun Xiaoyao? Son of God! Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao's admirers, such as the Princess of Great Shang, all had stars in their eyes. This was the person they admired and worshipped. That kind of invincible divine appearance was fascinating. Another saint from the fallen god palace had a gloomy expression as he shouted, "Damn it! Everyone, don't hold back. Attack together." Even if there were more than 10 saints, it would be difficult to keep Jun Xiaoyao in check. Then, they could only let more people attack together. In the saint realm, a quantitative change was enough to cause a qualitative change. If there were enough saints, it was even possible to make the saint kings and even the supreme saints bleed. Following the call of the saints from the fallen god palace, nearly 100 figures rushed out from the 3 immortal forces, in addition to some of the saints from before. This time, there were more than 100 saints surrounding Jun Xiaoyao at the same time. This was a magical scene that made everyone feel that it was extremely unreal. In the Huangtian mystic realm, when had there ever been a scene where 100 saints surrounded and killed a single saint? This was simply a spectacle that was rarely seen in all of eternity. At this time, even the cultivators who were optimistic about Jun Xiaoyao before shook their heads. No matter how powerful an invincible saint was, it was impossible to resist the attack of 100 saints of the same level. Everyone was watching, wanting to know what Jun Xiaoyao would do. The corner of Jun Xiaoyao's mouth was still curled into a calm smile when he saw that. Then he slowly raised his hand, and a wave of heart-palpitating fluctuations spread out. Then, an extremely heavy bronze cauldron with an ancient aura appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was the Myriad Qi Cauldron. Chapter 510. The Myriad Qi Cauldron floated in the void. It had 3 legs and 2 handles, looking extremely heavy and ancient. The cauldron was engraved with the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, plants, insects, and fish, as well as the worship of the ancestors. At the same time, within the Myriad Qi Cauldron, dense Myriad Qi was rolling. Every strand of it could crush thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Jun Xiaoyao held the Myriad Qi Cauldron in his hand, as if he was the origin of all things and a god worshipped by the ancestors. That cauldron, why does it feel like the prototype of an emperor weapon? What a terrifying aura. Even the void is about to be crushed by that cauldron. Oh my God, is that the legendary Myriad Qi? When the Myriad Qi Cauldron was revealed, everyone took a deep breath. If there was a list of the rarest divine materials in the world, the Myriad Qi Cauldron would definitely be one of the best treasures in the world. Every strand of it was extremely precious and could be called the best material to forge an emperor weapon. And now, the Myriad Qi Cauldron was rolling in the Myriad Qi Cauldron. Everyone was stunned by Jun Xiaoyao's generosity. This cauldron, together with the Myriad Qi Cauldron, would even move a supreme being and make them greedy. Seeing the shocked gazes of the sages, Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a mocking smile. Are you still in the mood to be shocked at a time like this? Since that's the case, I'll kill all of you at once. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, he suddenly stepped into the void. In an instant, numerous sealing runes rose into the air around him. Like chains, they locked down the space around him. The hundreds of sages who were charging at Jun Xiaoyao happened to be within the range of the sealing runes. What is this? What a terrifying sealing rune! The saints who charged at Jun Xiaoyao all had looks of fear in their eyes. Their minds of the path were all shaken. At this moment, they were like pigs and dogs in a cage waiting to be slaughtered. And Jun Xiaoyao was the butcher. When did the son of God of the Jun family set up this sealing technique? By the way, when the son of God of the Jun family was fighting with those saints, he seemed to have started to make arrangements. Hiss, the son of God of the Jun family, is actually this scheming? Some of the old antiques, watching from the sidelines, saw through Jun Xiaoyao's methods. However, that was exactly what Jun Xiaoyao had done. The sealing technique he used was truly the 7 seals of the Immortal's forbidden seal. Of course, this was not the complete version of the 7th Immortal Restriction Seal. With Jun Xiaoyao's current sage realm cultivation, he could unleash the complete 2nd seal on his own. However, even if it was only the 2nd seal, it was more than enough to seal these saints. Jun Xiaoyao had indeed secretly arranged this during the battle just now. I can't break this sealing rune. A saint tried to break the seal, but he was powerless. As for Wang Yuanba and the others, they did not interfere for the time being. This was because they did not think that Jun Xiaoyao had the ability to survive the siege of 100 saints. Little bastard, pay with your life for my son. Wang Yuanba's heart was filled with coldness. At this moment, the 100 or so saints who were sealed by the 2nd seal looked panicked. However, when they thought of the number of people here, their panic gradually dissipated. The fear in their eyes was replaced by a murderous look. Little brat Jun, you've trapped us with this sealing technique. Are you planning to kill us all in one fell swoop? I have to say, your naivety is somewhat laughable. That's right. Even if you're almost invincible in the saint realm and can easily kill a saint, we have 100 saints here. How can you kill them all? The saints of the 3 immortal forces had a cold look in their eyes. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, looked indifferent. Ants talk too much. I, the son of God, never talk too much with dead people. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, he activated the spirit sea in his body. Vast dermic powers surged like a tide into the myriad chi cauldron. The myriad chi cauldron rose into the air and instantly expanded, turning into a huge bronze cauldron the size of a mountain. At the same time, wisps of myriad chi poured down like a waterfall. Suppress! Jun Xiaoyao pointed out with his fingers and pointed downward. The myriad chi cauldron, which was as big as a bronze mountain, carried the surging myriad chi cauldron and suppressed the 100 or so saints. A wisp of the myriad chi cauldron could crush a mountain range. Even someone as strong as Jun Xiaoyao's body had been disintegrated by the myriad chi cauldron. Not to mention, these saints' bodies could not be compared to Jun Xiaoyao's at all. As the myriad chi cauldron descended, the air below seemed to be compressed to the extreme, emitting an ear-piercing sonic boom. The 100 or so saints who were trapped in the sealing array felt as if a part of the universe was crushing down on them. Their skin began to crack, and their bones began to creak as if they could not bear the burden. How could this be? Leave! Quickly break this sealing array, and leave. All the saints roared, and the mocking look on their faces had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by fear in the face of death. However, the 2nd seal of the immortal prohibition was not something they could break. In addition, in the midst of fear, it was impossible for the 100 or so saints to gather their strength together. They were just a bunch of headless flies. This sudden turn of events, even Wang Yuanba and the others did not expect it. By the time they came to their senses, the myriad chi cauldron had already descended. Puff, 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 puff. The bodies of the saints exploded like beans. Their bones and blood splattered, and even their primordial spirits were scattered by the myriad chi cauldron. None of the saints could bear the weight of the myriad chi cauldron. Not everyone was like Jun Xiaoyao, who had the potential to become an emperor with his physical body. Not everyone was like Jun Xiaoyao, who had the strength of 100,000 immemorial divine elephants. It was impossible for them to resist the myriad qi cauldron. Just a slight touch of their bodies would cause them to turn into blood foam. There were even some saints who did not have strong bodies. They did not even need to touch the myriad qi cauldron. Just the terrifying pressure alone was enough to crush their bodies. There were also very few saints who focused on body refinement who were trying their best to resist. However, the thick strands of myriad qi cauldron fell and directly shattered their bodies, cutting off their vitality. In just a short breath's time, in the entire ceiling array pattern, there was no one alive other than Jun Xiaoyao. The ground was filled with the bones and blood of the saints. Stunned, all the cultivators of the three immortal forces were completely stunned. Even Wang Yuanba, the sacred cult master, and the others were a little disconnected, as if they had not recovered from their shock. More than 100 saints were killed by Jun Xiaoyao's cauldron. Just like that? Was this for real? Not only the three immortal forces, but also countless other immortal forces who were paying attention to this place. Many old antiques and important figures were all stunned. A cauldron killed 100 saints. Such a magical scene actually happened in front of their eyes. Jun Xiaoyao had simply created something that had never been done before. Everyone was sighing. The son of God of the Jun family was a ruthless person. No, he was more than a little more ruthless than a ruthless person. It should be said that he was ruthless. Chapter 511. Everyone finally understood what Jun Xiaoyao meant when he said he would wipe them out in one fell swoop. It turned out that Jun Xiaoyao was really treating saints as if they were vegetables. The son of God of the Jun family is too scheming. He's been scheming against the saints of the three immortal forces for a long time. That's terrifying. The son of God of the Jun family is already so powerful now. How much more powerful will he be when he grows up? That bronze cauldron in his hand definitely has the potential to become an emperor weapon. Outside the emperor state, many forces were sighing. Jun Xiaoyao was, without a doubt, a role model for all young heroes. The 18th ancestor and the others who had been paying attention to Jun Xiaoyao smiled. They were very satisfied with Jun Xiaoyao's performance. Killing 100 saints in front of the three imperishable forces was like slapping the three forces in the face. Jun Linglong, Jun Ing, Nalan Ruashi, and the other girls also felt relieved. They looked at Jun Xiaoyao with even more admiration. One man slaughtering 100 saints. That was a miracle that only Jun Xiaoyao could create. Wang Yuanba's face looked like it had been smeared with a layer of ash from the bottom of a pot. The sacred cult master's face was also ugly. The three immortal forces were made a fool of by Jun Xiaoyao. As for the other saints of the three forces, they all felt as if their bodies were soaked in ice water. A chill surged up their spines and pierced their bones. Even their hearts turned cold. The broken bones and blood on the ground used to belong to more than 100 living saints. They were killed by Jun Xiaoyao's cauldron, just like that. Anyone would feel a chill from the bottom of their heart. What's wrong? You've lost your courage? Continue. This son of God will give you a chance to kill me. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the void with a calm expression. He had just warmed up and had yet to use any of his techniques. How could these saints have already lost their courage? However, Jun Xiaoyao's provocation did not receive any response. The sages of the three major forces were not fools, nor were they lunatics who did not care about their own lives. Jun Xiaoyao's strength had already been displayed. Hundreds of saints had not been able to cause him the slightest bit of harm. Instead, they had all perished. Even if they attacked again, the result would be the same. Jun Xiaoyao looked around and saw the fearful expressions of the sages of the three major forces. He shook his head in pity. These people were not fools. This boy is a monstrous monster. Let's just kill him. I don't believe that Jun Wuhui's protective talisman can protect him several times. Suddenly, a supreme ancestor of the Wang family stepped out. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Wang Teng was a junior that he had high hopes for. However, he was killed by Jun Xiaoyao. His killing intent towards Jun Xiaoyao was not any weaker than Wang Yuanba's. Without any hesitation, the Wang clan supremacy unleashed the cultivation of a lesser, heavenly venerable and attacked Jun Xiaoyao. When Jun Xiaoyao saw this, his eyes were very calm. It was as if he did not take the Wang clan supremacy seriously at all. On the other side, the 18th ancestor frowned slightly. He was about to cross the void when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The 18th ancestor's eyes were filled with surprise and bewilderment. That aura! Just as the 18th ancestor was feeling doubtful, a ravishing silhouette tore through the air behind Jun Xiaoyao all of a sudden and emerged. Her terrifying aura caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The Wang clan supremacy, who attacked Jun Xiaoyao, had an unprecedented look of horror in his eyes. This aura made him feel extremely terrified. It was a delicate and beautiful woman. She was dressed in a bright red palace qipao. Her gorgeous face was filled with extreme coldness as she looked at the Wang clan supremacy. She waved her jade-like hand and slapped the void toward the Wang clan supremacy's face. The Wang clan supremacy, whose cultivation had reached the supremacy realm, did not have the slightest ability to resist. He was ruthlessly slapped in the face by the beautiful woman. The terrifying power directly caused the Supreme Being's head to rotate 360 degrees, and his entire head fell to the ground. "How dare you attack my little brother Xiaoyao? I'll beat your head off." The beautiful woman pouted. Then, in a flash, she landed beside Jun Xiaoyao. Her plump breasts were close to Jun Xiaoyao's arm. Her charming face was filled with hunger as she said, "Little brother Xiaoyao, I've helped you vent your anger. When the time comes, you have to help me too." Jun Xiaoyao blushed with shame. At the same time, he looked at the Wang clan supremacy, whose head had been beaten off. There was also a look of pity in his eyes. A dignified supremacy being beaten off his head. That was really tragic. However, at this moment, there was no sound between heaven and earth. Everyone's expression froze. A supreme martial artist was directly beheaded by someone with a single slap. Everyone's gazes turned towards the charming woman in unison. This beautiful woman was naturally one of the 4 powerhouses in the Bronze Immortal Palace, Fang Xunyang. However, outsiders naturally did not know. They were just shocked. Where did this powerhouse come from? Is she a powerhouse from the Jun family? But why do I feel like I've never seen her before? That aura is too terrifying. She should be a 5th level supremacy, a supreme mystique venerable. An elder from an immortal force said in shock. A supreme mystique venerable was already a top-notch powerhouse. However, since when did Jun Xiaoyao have such a powerful protector by his side? Even the 18th ancestor was slightly stunned. Then he laughed and shook his head. It seems that I've underestimated Xiaoyao's opportunity. Perhaps I don't have to worry about him anymore. Thinking back to how confident Jun Xiaoyao was previously, the 18th ancestor felt that he might have worried for nothing. On the other side, the supremacy who had been beheaded picked up his head and retreated with a look of horror. In the supreme mystique venerable realm, having one's head beheaded would not cause death. The physical body's recovery ability was very strong, as long as the primordial spirit was not destroyed. However, this utmost exalted was terrified. He knew that Fang Xunyang had only casually slapped him. If she had really used her full strength, he would not have had the slightest chance of survival. Where did this powerhouse come from? Wang Yuanba, the sacred leader, and the others all had a dark look in their eyes. Logically speaking, a person who had cultivated to the supreme mystique venerable realm should not be a nameless person. However, they had never heard of such a powerful female mystique venerable realm appearing in the Huangtian mystique realm. At this moment, many people once again recalled that when Jun Xiaoyao came, he had said that he would defeat the three immortal forces. At that time, everyone thought that it was just Jun Xiaoyao's arrogant words that he said in a moment of anger. Now, after seeing the appearance of this mysterious powerhouse, Fang Xuanyang, some people had a vague feeling in their hearts. Jun Xiaoyao did not seem to be saying harsh words. He was just speaking the truth. Although a supreme mystique venerable realm is strong, it is impossible for her to stop the three immortal forces. Wang Yuanba's expression was cold. That supreme mystique venerable realm was at most able to protect Jun Xiaoyao. It was still a fantasy to fight against the three immortal forces. However, when Jun Xiaoyao heard this, he shook his head and smiled. If one person can't do it, then how about an immortal force? Jun Xiaoyao put his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. His words caused everyone to feel puzzled and confused. Chapter 512. An immortal force? What did that mean? Many people were puzzled. Wang Yuanba's eyes flashed when he heard that. Then, as if he had thought of something, he said, "Is the immortal force you're talking about the Jiang family?" The sacred cult master shook his head when he heard that. Even the Jiang family can't stop the three immortal forces. Indeed, the Jiang family was very powerful. However, it was only a clan of the ancients. It was still difficult for them to deal with the three immortal forces. Countless cultivators, watching the battle outside the emperor state, shook their heads when they heard that. They also thought that Jun Xiaoyao was referring to the Jiang family of the ancients. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had another identity. He was the young master of the Jiang family of the ancients. He could indeed mobilize the power of the Jiang family of the ancients. The Jiang family of the ancients wouldn't turn a blind eye to Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a faint smile. There was even a hint of pity and mockery in his eyes. Wang Yuanba was furious when he saw that look. He hated people like Jun Xiaoyao the most. They were ignorant juniors who thought they could control the immortal battle despite their weak abilities. Everyone, let's kill this little bastard first, and then destroy the Jun family. Wang Yuanba shouted coldly and stopped delaying. The sacred cult master also led the sacred cult's team to attack. The palace of the fallen god did the same. Jun Xiaoyao looked so lonely in front of the three immortal forces' powerhouses. Just as the 18th ancestor was about to make a move, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly sighed. This sigh was filled with pity for the ignorant ants. Frogs in the well can't talk about the sea. Summer insects can't talk about the ice. In that case, let this immortal battle be the battle to make a name for myself, Jun Xiaoyao's force. Jun Xiaoyao's words stunned all the spectators. Even the 18th ancestor and the rest of the Jun family were confused. Since when did Jun Xiaoyao have his own force? Emperor Huanyu, the immortal heavenly court. Where are the people of the immortal heavenly court? Jun Xiaoyao waved his sleeves, and his voice resounded between heaven and earth. In an instant, in the void, numerous spatial vortexes appeared, as if the roars and cries of billions of living beings could be heard. Yes, monarch. The beautiful human clan obeys monarch's orders. Within a spatial vortex, numerous supreme auras appeared, and the beauty clans Dawn Immortal and the others appeared. There were also several supreme, true ancestors of the beauty race around her. Other than that, there were also sacred leaders, great sages, presages, and other powerhouses following closely behind. Behind them, more and more beauty tribe troops appeared. A vigorous shout also sounded from another spatial whirlpool. The dragon human clan of the imperial court obeys the monarch's orders. The dragon human clan also flew over, led by the ancestor of the dragon human clan, Ao Tsongyuan. The dragon human race also had several supreme ancestors, and there were quite a number of other experts as well. The ancient sorcerer tribe of the imperial court obeys the monarch's order. The ancient sorcerer progenitor also led the ancient sorcerer tribe's team out of the spatial vortex. The three-eyed divine clan of the monarch imperial court obeys the monarch's command. The ancient ancestor of the three-eyed divine clan also led the army over. These spatial whirlpools were connected to the immortal ancient world, so they could also descend into the Huangtian mystic realm without any hindrance. In addition to the four great clans of the immortal ancient world, there were also hundreds of millions of immortal ancient creatures surging out of the spatial cracks. The scene was as if a foreign realm had invaded the immortal ancient world, and countless creatures surged over like a tide. Wang Yuanba and the others were completely dumbfounded. Their minds were buzzing, and their bodies were numb as if they had been struck by lightning. The sacred cult leader's body trembled slightly, and he almost fell off the golden throne. Even the group of supreme beings who were fighting above the 9 heaven stars could feel the surging aura. When they looked over, their faces froze. How is this possible? Those are all immortal ancient clans. Long Han, who was Zulong, widened his eyes in disbelief. The Archean royalty's supremes were all shocked by this scene. Why could the immortal ancient clans leave the immortal ancient world? Why did they have to listen to Jun Xiaoyao's orders? And the emperor's court, was this the immortal ancient force that Jun Xiaoyao had mentioned? In the entire Huangtian mystic realm, all the cultivators and creatures who were paying attention widened their eyes. Their scalps were numb, and their hearts trembled as if they were about to be petrified. Jun Xiaoyao's move could be said to have shocked everyone. No one had expected such a thing to happen. Even the 18th ancestor of the Jun family's side was stunned. He knew that Jun Xiaoyao might have a fortuitous encounter. But this opportunity was too great, wasn't it? It was equivalent to having an immortal ancient force out of thin air. Jun Linglong, Jun Ing, Nalan Ruashi, and the other girls also opened their red lips, and their hearts were surging. The word miracle was simply created for Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, the endless immortal ancient clans rushed out of the spatial whirlpool under the leadership of the four great clans. They were both excited and emotional. Finally, after countless years, they had finally returned to the mystic realm again. At this moment, the hearts of every immortal ancient being were filled with fanatical gratitude towards Jun Xiaoyao. Without Jun Xiaoyao, they would not have been able to experience this freedom. Their loyalty to Jun Xiaoyao was once again raised to the peak. Seeing the mighty immortal ancient army, the hearts of the cultivators of the three immortal ancient forces sank to the bottom. The combined forces of the three immortal ancient forces were indeed powerful, but the immortal ancient army was not to be trifled with. Just the four great immortal ancient races alone. Each of them had a foundation close to an undying power. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao already had the power to fight against the three immortal ancient forces. However, that was not the only thing that was shocking. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand again. Above the starry sky, the space cracked open. A magnificent, ancient-looking bronze palace with a desolated aura appeared. The sun, the moon, and the galaxy seemed to be surrounding the palace. It's the Bronze Immortal Palace. The appearance of the Bronze Immortal Palace was like a huge rock falling into the ocean, stirring up huge waves in all directions. That was not all. An aged voice could be heard. TSK, who would have thought that I would be able to witness such a rare battle of the immortal ancient forces as soon as I stepped out of the Immortal Palace? Fascinating. I would like to move my bones too. Following the voice, a blind old man in a tattered robe appeared. Beside him, a cripple and the parrot showed up too. You guys are finally willing to show up. Fong Xianyang smiled and went over with a flicker. The three people and one bird looked like an inconspicuous existence in the crowd. However, under the contrast of the Bronze Immortal Palace, the three of them and the bird were emitting a terrifying aura. Four supreme mystic highnesses, the supreme being of the Wang clan whose head had been knocked off, picked it up. However, his lips were trembling as he stuttered. Even his soul was trembling. True Lord Gulen above, Please protect our sect." The Supreme Being Protector of the sacred sect prayed in his heart as his heart sank. As soon as the imperial court appeared, it shocked the Huangtian mystic realm. This lineup was simply invincible. Chapter 5:13. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao, the lord of the imperial court, stood in the sky. His robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like a divine king in white. The immortal ancient army formed an endless wave behind him. The experts of the immortal ancient four great races surrounded him. The bronze immortal palace floated above his head. An old blind man and the other three supreme mystic venerables stood high in the sky. This formed the most shocking scene. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to be the ruler of the world, the lord of the imperial court. How is this possible? The bronze immortal palace, the immortal ancient races, and four supreme mystic venerables. Everyone's mind was buzzing and trembling. They could not believe it. They could not understand when Jun Xiaoyao had such terrifying power. Wang Yuanba and the others' minds were blank. As far as the eye could see, there were millions upon millions of immortal ancient armies, vast and majestic. There was no end in sight. This force was enough to uproot an immortal force. Many cultivators of the three immortal forces felt their legs go soft and tremble. Not to mention these enemies, even the 18th ancestor was stunned. He then shook his head and smiled bitterly. I even said that Xiaoyao could not control this immortal war, but now, I'm old now. The world will belong to the young in the future. The 18th ancestor could not help but sigh. Jun Xiaoyao had indeed given everyone a great shock. Jiang Daoxiu of the Jiang family of Qing State even laughed. Haha, do you see that? This is my grandson. His words were filled with pride. As for Jun Linglong and the others, their eyes were filled with nothing but adoration. It could be said that the imperial court, the force that belonged to Jun Xiaoyao, had shocked billions of people the moment it appeared. The imperial court dares to use the name of emperor. You are committing a crime. Wang Yuanba's face was dark, but his eyes were filled with fear. When Jun Xiaoyao heard this, he smiled and said, "My surname is Jun, and I am destined to be an emperor in the future. I will build the immortal heavenly court. Why can't I call myself the imperial court?" Many of the old antiques fell silent when they heard these bold words. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was majestic, his aura swallowing 10,000 li like a tiger. The younger generation will surpass us in time. An elder of the celestial demon cult sighed. How could a powerhouse without any foundation dare to call itself an undying powerhouse? How could it dare to use the monarch's name? The sacred cult master asked coldly. While it was true that Jun Xiaoyao's imperial court had shocked many, it was still impossible for him to make the three immortal realm forces retreat. When Jun Xiaoyao saw this, he sneered and said, "My monarch imperial court, with the monarch as the title and the emperor as the title, we have created chaos in the 8 barren lands and created chaos in the 9 regions. Who in the world can be our enemy? Immortal ancients, billions of creatures, are fighting for my monarch imperial court." Following Jun Xiaoyao's words, the billions of immortal ancient soldiers shouted in unison, "Fight for the monarch imperial court! Fight for the monarch imperial court! Kill!" At Jun Xiaoyao's command, the billions of immortal ancient soldiers, led by the 4 great immortal ancient races, rushed toward the 3 immortal forces. How dare you make an enemy of the monarch imperial court? You are courting death. Li Xian of the Beauty clan unleashed her great heavenly venerate cultivation and pressed her palm forward. My monarch imperial court will sweep through the immortal domain. Any enemy will be crushed under our iron hooves. Ao Sangyuan also roared coldly, and together with several supreme ancient ancestors of the dragon human clan, rushed out. For a moment, heaven and earth were vast and mighty, and the universe shook. The monarch imperial court's first battle attracted the attention of countless forces in the Huangtian immortal domain. Boom! 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 The supreme ancient ancestors of the immortal ancient races clashed with the supreme ancient powerhouses of the three immortal forces. The remaining immortal ancient army also clashed with the armies of the three immortal forces. Although the armies of the three immortal forces were strong, the immortal ancient army had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Shouts, sounds of fighting, and sounds of killing resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The scene of this battle was magnificent, and it was not inferior to the battle between the Jun family and the four great armies of the Archean royalty. However, this time, strictly speaking, Jun Xiaoyao alone stopped the advance of the three immortal forces. He did not rely on the power of the Jun family at all. This was Jun Xiaoyao's own power. Ha! Our Jun family has such an outstanding junior. Monarch Imperial Court. What a great monarch imperial court! Under the leadership of this child, the monarch imperial court may be as glorious as our Jun family in the future. The great ancestors of the Jun family, who were fighting in the 9 heavenly stars, noticed the battle below, and their faces were filled with joy. The Jun family was not afraid of the 7 immortal forces in the first place. Now that the monarch imperial court had joined in, the outcome of this immortal battle was obvious. On the other hand, on the side of the Archean royalty, Long Han and the others' faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot, and their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. On the other side, the battle had reached its climax. An old blind man twisted his neck and said, "We should also move our muscles and bones." That's right. After staying in the Bronze Immortal Palace for so many years, our bones are stiff. "It's time to move," said the neck. This conversation stunned the group of people who were watching the battle from the outside. What kind of existence were these ferocious people? How could they have stayed in the Bronze Immortal Palace for so many years? Moreover, there was one thing that shocked and puzzled everyone. How could Jun Xiaoyao control the Bronze Immortal Palace? Then I'll have to trouble the 4 supreme elders. Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao had already invited an old blind man and the others to join the monarch imperial court. He did not restrict their freedom, nor did he ask them to take on any responsibilities. All he needed to do was to use the title of Grand Elder. Fang Xuanyang directly agreed, and an old blind man and the others did not refuse. Originally, according to their master's thoughts, they should also listen to Jun Xiaoyao's orders. Jun Xiaoyao was already giving them face by treating them so courteously. Don't forget that Jun Xiaoyao's identity was the son of God, the young master of the 2 clan of the ancients. Even if an old blind man and the others were supreme mystic venerables, they could not put on airs in front of the clan of the ancients, who had a deep and unfathomable foundation. Therefore, they did not put on airs in front of Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, an old blind man and the others also made their move. The power of the 4 supreme mystic venerables was imaginable. Even if they were fighting high up in the sky, the casual fluctuations could disrupt the laws of heaven and earth, and all kinds of spatial cracks were spread out like wounds. The junior heavenly venerables and grand heavenly venerables of the 3 immortal forces were no match for an old blind man and the others. Soon after, supreme beings from the 3 great undying powers fell, blood falling one after another, falling down like meteors. Heaven and earth mourned, and the sky was dyed red. Heaven and earth mourned the death of a supreme. Summon the emperor weapon. Wang Yuanba's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. The suppression of the 4 supreme mystic venerables was too strong, and he had to summon the emperor weapon to resist. Boom! Just as Wang Yuanba finished speaking, in the distant Wang family in the north, in the ancestral land, a vast emperor aura spread out, and a shining ruler-shaped weapon appeared. The surface of the weapon was branded with mysterious runes, and it carried the aura of a supreme emperor. It was the emperor weapon of the Wang family in the north, the northern emperor ruler. Chapter 5:14. At the same time, black mist surged within the fallen god palace's sphere of influence. A copper bell that was mottled with copper rust and stained with dark bloodstains appeared. Before the bell was shaken, a demonic sound that could destroy the world was heard. Even the primordial spirits of honorable immortals could not withstand it and would be shaken into nothingness. This was the imperial weapon of the fallen god Pallas, the fallen god Bel. As it was shaken, the sound of the bell could cause gods and demons to fall from the heavens, shed blood, and everything in the world to die. It was an extremely terrifying imperial weapon. In addition, the aura of an imperial weapon also spread out from the sacred sect. Unlike the fallen god Bel of the fallen god Pallas, when the imperial weapon of the sacred sect appeared, an endless aura of light surged, like a dazzling sun rising. In the dazzling sun, a golden scepter appeared. It was the sacred sect's imperial weapon, the scepter of light. The entire scepter of light was made of radiant, immortal gold, releasing a sacred, transcendent, and worshipping aura. Around the scepter of light, there was an extremely mysterious power of faith flowing. The appearance of the three imperial weapons once again stirred up the aura of the entire Huangtian mystic realm. In addition to the 8 imperial weapons from before, a total of 11 imperial weapons appeared at the same time. This was a scene that no one had seen for many years. Many cultivators had never seen an imperial weapon in their entire lives. Now they had seen enough. The 3 imperial weapons tore through the void and arrived. The ruler of the Northern Emperor had the aura of a supreme emperor, as if it could rule the world. As the fallen god Bel shook, it sounded like the bell of the end of all things. The scepter of light had the aura of a supreme light, and the mysterious power of faith spread out. The addition of the 3 imperial weapons to the battlefield boosted the morale of the 3 immortal forces, and they began to gradually stabilize their footing. Imperial weapons. An old blind man and the others saw this and did not show much emotion on their faces. Just as Wang Yuanba and the others did not have time to breathe a sigh of relief, the bronze immortal palace floating in the sky began to tremble slowly. A terrifying aura was released, and it resisted the power of the 3 imperial weapons. This, Wang Yuanba and the others were dumbfounded. How could this work? Those were 3 peerless monarch weapons, yet they were blocked by the bronze immortal palace. The spectators from the immortal forces outside the Emperor State were shocked as well. However, when he thought about how the bronze immortal palace was one of the 7 unfathomable wonders, the scene before him didn't seem strange at all. It seems like this bronze immortal palace itself is a treasure. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Although the bronze immortal palace was now his possession, Jun Xiaoyao's current cultivation was not too high, so he was still unable to control the bronze immortal palace. In the hands of an old blind man and the others, the bronze immortal palace could display its greatest effect. Jun Xiaorao had long planned to use the bronze immortal palace as a moving fortress for the monarch dynasty. On the battlefield, when Wang Yuanba saw that his imperial armament was completely suppressed and rendered useless, his heart turned cold. How could this be the result? This shouldn't be the case. At this moment, Wang Yuanba began to doubt his life. He even began to suspect that Jun Xiaoyao was the embodiment of the will of the celestial realm. Otherwise, how could he always create such impossible miracles? The immortal battle that was supposed to be won was forcefully turned around by Jun Xiaoyao and the monarch dynasty. Wang Yuanba looked at Jun Xiaoyao with extreme killing intent. God knew how much he wanted to kill Jun Xiaoyao. However, he couldn't do it. Not to mention that Jun Xiaoyao had Jun Wuhui's protective talisman on him. Even the 4 mystic venerables were an insurmountable defense line. Oh, you're still so determined to kill me. You're really stubborn. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly when he felt Wang Yuanba's bone-chilling killing intent. Fang Xunyang raised her eyebrows and said coldly, "You're still trying to harm my little brother Xiaoyao at this point. In that case, I'll have to kill you." Fang Xunyang reached out her white, jade-like hand and broke through the void, crushing toward Wang Yuanba. When a mystic venerables attacked with all their strength, the power was enough to overturn the world. Wang Yuanba's eyes were filled with coldness and determination. At this point, there was no need to hide anything anymore. Either the Wang family would be destroyed, or the Jun family would be wiped out. "Ancestor, please come out," Wang Yuanba yelled. As soon as he said that, many Wang family cultivators also yelled with bloodshot eyes, "Ancestor, please come out and eliminate all enemies." Just as everyone in the Wang family finished yelling, a soft sigh suddenly rang in everyone's ears. That's right. It was just a soft sigh, but all the creatures in the Huangtian mystic realm seemed to have heard it. The Wang family was forced to this point by a kid. How sad, how sad! These words made everyone's hair stand on end. The Wang family in the northern land still had a foundation. However, some of the people from the immortal forces were not surprised at all. The immortal forces were immortals, so their foundation was naturally not that simple. In the depths of the Wang family's ancestral land, 9 dragon-headed horses soared into the sky, pulling a statue. The stone surface of the statue cracked and then slowly fell off. Among them, there was a white-haired old man with a gloomy aura. The old man's back was hunched like a shriveled walnut. His qi and blood were declining, giving people the feeling that he was about to die. However, there was a faint primal chaos Tao law around the old man. The surrounding laws of heaven and earth seemed to be distorted and changed because of him. This aura, the 7th level of the supremacy, the chaotic lord. Feeling the aura, many leaders of the immortal forces were a little scared. This was a cultivator who stood at the top of the pyramid. With a thought, he could make heaven and earth sink, destroy everything, and return to chaos. I didn't expect the Wang family to have the chaotic lord. However, it seems that he has lived for many eras. His qi and blood are declining, and even the elixir of immortality can't save him. Some of the elders of the immortal forces saw through at a glance. The chaotic lord of the Wang family didn't seem to be in a good state and had reached the end of his life. Unless he took a step further and stepped onto the path of becoming a great emperor and broke through to the quasi-emperor realm, he might die soon. This was also why the Wang family almost never disturbed the ancient ancestor, because every time the ancient ancestor woke up, his qi and blood would decline. A chaotic lord could indeed be the strongest foundation and protect the family for many eras. Beside this ancient ancestor of the Wang family, there were also several white-haired, old figures on the verge of death. Although their auras had not reached the chaotic lord level, they were still at the 6th level of the supremacy realm, the creation supremacy level. Hiss! Looking at the Wang family's foundation, the first-rate forces watching the battle were dumbfounded, and they all gasped wildly. Was this the difference between the first-rate forces and the immortal forces? It was like a natural chasm. Chapter 515. Creation God and Chaos Lord. The appearance of the Wang clan's resources made even old Blindi and the others frown, their faces turning grim. Facing such a terrifying expert, even they would feel a great deal of pressure. "Ancestor, please kill all of our enemies." The cultivators of the Wang family roared with bloodshot eyes. They wouldn't let the Wang family ancestor wake up if they had a choice. Why? Why? The Wang family's ancient ancestor had a grave expression on his wrinkled face. He didn't expect the Wang family's opponent to be the Jun family of the ancients. But now that the war had begun, the Wang family had no way out. As the Wang family ancestor, he could only do his best for the Wang family and give it his last light and warmth. Otherwise, he couldn't just watch the Wang family be destroyed. In that case, let me meet the Jun family, the legendary 8th unfathomable family. The Wang family ancestor's muddy eyes suddenly burst out with unprecedented light. His aura began to rise, like a dragon awakening. For a moment, the world shook and the universe trembled. The stars in the sky trembled as if they were about to fall. Even the ancestors of the Jun family, who were slaughtering in the starry sky, revealed a trace of shock in their eyes. "It's that old man. He's still alive?" Some of the Jun family ancestors knew that the Wang family ancestor was a terrifying figure who had lived for many eras. Many people thought that he had already died. They didn't expect him to be sealed in the immortal source and extend his life for such a long time. The Wang family ancestor slowly reached out his hand, which seemed to cover the sky and hold the sun, the moon, and the stars. Jun Xiaoyao's expression changed slightly as he sensed the terrifying might of the attack. Although the Wang family ancestor's target was the Jun family, he would pass through this place along the way. Obviously, he wanted to wipe out Jun Xiaoyao and the army of the emperor's palace. Wishful thinking. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. On the other hand, the 18th ancestor didn't change much when he saw the Wang family ancestor attack. If Chaos Holy Man joined the battle of the immortals, they would be able to sense it and awaken. Just as the 18th ancestor was deep in thought, divine light once again surged within the ancestral shrine of the Jun family. The soil in the depths of the ancestral land was lifted again, and 3 figures crawled out again, covered in dust. It was different from when the Wang family's ancient ancestor came out. These 3 figures looked like they had just climbed out of a tomb after robbing it. They were 2 old men and an old woman. They were none other than the 10th, 9th, and 8th ancestors of the Jun family. The 9th ancestor and the 10th ancestor were both supremacies of creation. The 8th ancestor was even stronger. His cultivation was at the Chaos Tao Master level. How dare you attack my Jun family? You're courting death. The 8th ancestor brushed off the dust on his body and looked at the giant hand that blotted out the sky. He also stretched out a finger. In an instant, the void boiled violently and endless chaotic chi filled the air. It was as if it had reached the early stage of opening the heavens. A giant chaos finger pointed out, shattering the void and causing mountains and rivers to crumble. The giant finger collided with the Wang family's ancient ancestor's palm. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. It was as if 2 continents had collided, bursting out huge waves. A faint groan was heard, and the Wang family's ancient ancestor took a few steps back. On the other hand, the 8th ancestor of the Jun family did not retreat at all. That's Jun Tianming, the 8th ancestor of the Jun family. He has been awakened. Some of the living fossils of the immortal forces were shocked. They knew that the 8th ancestor of the Jun family was called Jun Tianming, and he was extremely powerful. Although he was also a Chaos Tao Master, he was different from the Wang family's ancient ancestor. His life force was vigorous, and his skin was as smooth as a baby's. There was no trace of death at all. The Wang family's ancient ancestor was a Chaos Tao Master with 1 foot in the grave. There was a huge gap between them. Jun Tianming. The Wang family's ancient ancestor's face was solemn. The Wang family had him, and the Jun family naturally had a Chaos Tao Master. Otherwise, how could they have flourished in the mystic region for so long? Great ancestor Tianming, even the 18th ancestor, cupped his hand slightly. In front of Jun Tianming, he was also a few generations younger. Haha, now any Tom, Dick, and Harry dares to provoke the Jun family. Jun Tianming sneered. His Chaos Tao Master aura was like a stabilizing needle, suppressing the entire scene of the immortal battle. How could this be? Some of the Wang family's cultivators could not believe it. The Wang family's ancient ancestor was forced to retreat by Jun Tianming, the 8th ancestor of the Jun family. Was there any hope left for them? Wang Yuanba's eyes also vaguely showed a trace of despair. Was the Jun family really invincible? At this time, the Slayer of the Fallen God Palace also shouted coldly, "Lord Slayer, please come to the world!" In the ancestral land of the Fallen God Palace, demonic array patterns appeared and blood rivers filled the sky. Only at the moment of extreme crisis would the demonic array be activated, awakening the slumbering Lord Slayer. Rumble. The sky was filled with blood clouds, and blood, thunder, shocked the world. A figure stepped on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was a middle-aged man wearing blood-red armor and filled with an ancient aura. However, the vicissitudes in his blood-red eyes showed that he was not as young as he looked. This was the foundation of the fallen god Palace, a chaos Tao master slayer. Who dares to provoke the fallen god Palace? The slayer of the fallen god Palace shouted coldly, and his killing intent was enough to freeze the endless sky. Another chaos Tao master. Everyone was shocked, and the heroes were frightened. This immortal battle had really reached the climax, and it was white hot. What shocked everyone even more was yet to come. Long Han of Zulong was also summoning the foundation of Zulong. Lord Azure Dragon, please come to the world. On Zulong's side, the dragon chi was boiling and the ground was cracking. An ancient azure dragon woke up from its slumber, and its body was as winding as a mountain range thousands of miles long. It turned slightly, and the entire Huangtian mystic realm seemed to tremble 3 times. The azure dragon of Zulong has also woken up. Some of the cultivators of the immortal forces, who knew a little about the inside story, were so shocked that their eyelids twitched. This was definitely a terrifying creature, and its cultivation had reached the Chaos Tao Master level. Other than that, the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, the ancient Qilin Cave, and the ancient Crocodile Lake, all of them had Chaos Tao Masters level ancient ancestors awakening. It could be said that the immortal battle had reached its climax, and there was no way to ease it. Either the Jun family or the 7 immortal forces would die. Therefore, it was impossible to hold back at all, and all kinds of foundation were revealed. Some trump cards would not be taken out until the very last moment. For example, the Wang family's ancestor would reduce his vitality and lifespan by a lot every time he came out. But now, as long as they could destroy the Jun family, everything was negotiable. TSK, with so many Chaos Tao Masters showing up, even the 8 ancestors of the Jun family can't handle it, right? Some people looked at the Jun family. The reason why they did not think that the Jun family would have more great ancestors showing up. It was rumored that the top great ancestors of the Jun family were not buried in the Jun family's ancestral hall. Therefore, it was impossible for them to show up at this moment. In other words, the Jun family now only had one Chaos Tao Master, the 8th ancestor Jun Tianming. However, he had to resist the attack of several Chaos Tao Masters. How could he resist it? The Jun family should be destroyed too. The old azure dragon of the lair of Zulong stretched out its dragon claw. Its terrifying power could even crush an ancient planet with life with one claw. The ancient Qilin Cave and other great ancestors of the Archean royalty also showed up. The Wang family's ancestor and the fallen god Palace's slayer also showed up. Only the sacred sect did not have a Chaos Tao Master level foundation because it came from other immortal realms and did not have a strong foundation. He watched as the 6 Chaos Tao Masters struck out together. Jun Xiaoyao frowned. He did not know if the 8 ancestors could withstand it. Jun Tianming, the 8 ancestors of the Jun family, stood in the sky with his hands behind his back, looking at the terrifying attacks coming from all directions. That kind of terrifying power could wipe the entire Emperor state from the map of the immortal realms. However, there was not a trace of fear in Jun Tianming's eyes. He spoke slowly, and there was a kind of solemnity and respect in his voice. Your Majesty, please issue a decree. Chapter 5:16. As soon as Jun Tianming finished speaking, Tianming's expression changed. Inside the ancestral hall of the Jun family, a powerful aura of the Emperor surged. A vast golden light was boiling, and the aura shook the entire Huangtian mystic realm. What a terrifying aura of the Emperor! Could it be another Emperor weapon? No, it's not an Emperor weapon. All the important figures of the Huangtian mystic realm stared at the Jun family. They wanted to know what else the Jun family had up their sleeves. Under everyone's gaze, a golden decree appeared in the ancestral hall of the Jun family. The decree expanded in the wind, shining with a golden light. The majestic aura of the Emperor soared into the sky, as if it had turned into a golden canopy, covering the sky of the Huangtian mystic realm. That is. At that moment, billions of people in the Huangtian mystic realm felt a tremor in their souls. It was as if a supreme god had awakened and was looking down at them from the sky. The golden decree was like a golden canopy in the sky. There were 2 lines of words engraved on it. The heavenly way's coronation is but a burden. I will prove my Tao and become an immortal through 10,000 tribulations. Every single word was like an ancient golden star that was revolving, and it emanated an unruly and powerful that defied the heavens. This is the decree left behind by the legendary emperor of the Jun family, Jun Qitian. Many old antiques and living fossils could not help but exclaim. Their eyes were filled with endless shock. Jun Qitian was definitely a legendary figure of the Jun family. His talent was unparalleled, just like Jun Xiaoyao now. As for how monstrous his innate talent was, even the heavens had sent down the seal of proving Tao. As long as Jun Qitian merged with himself, he would become a great emperor in the future, and there would be no obstacles or difficulties. Some people even said that Jun Qitian was the manifestation of the will of the 9 heavens mystic realm. However, to everyone's surprise, Jun Qitian, who was young and powerful, directly abandoned the seal of proving Tao that the heavens had sent down. He said the words that had been passed down through the ages. The heavenly way's coronation is but a burden. I will prove my Tao and become an immortal through 10,000 tribulations. Later on, Jun Qitian did not let the Jun family down. He became the youngest great emperor in the history of the Jun family and was known as the heaven-abandoning great emperor. Right now, the decree that Jun Tianming had taken out was a decree left behind by the heaven-abandoning great emperor. The decree left behind by the great emperor was so powerful that it could shake the universe. Countless stars in outer space were crushed into dust by this vast and terrifying emperor aura. The void trembled like a piece of paper as countless spatial cracks spread out in all directions. This scene was like the end of the world, and the world was going to return to chaos. This was hard to imagine. It was merely a single page of a law decree, yet it possessed such destructive power. How powerful would a true great emperor be? Heaven-abandoning great emperor? Jun Xiaoyao muttered as he looked up. The heaven-abandoning martial emperor was indeed worthy of respect. But Jun Xiaoyao was full of youthful vigor. His chest was filled with lofty sentiments. He believed that he would not be weaker than this ancestor. His goal was to surpass him. As the great emperor's decree was taken out, the ancient ancestor of the Wang family, Azure Dragon, and the other chaotic Tao masters felt an extremely terrifying emperor aura coming toward them, intending to destroy them. No, it's just a single page of a law decree. How can it suppress us? Azure Dragon let out a dragon roar that reverberated through the sky. Endless mountains and rivers collapsed because of this roar. But it was still useless. Terrifying pressure came down, accompanied by the radiance of the great emperor's decree. The Azure Dragon scales on Azure Dragon's body shattered inch by inch, and dragon blood splattered everywhere. His mountain-like dragon body pressed down on the ground, causing a misty mist to rise from the ground. The ancient ancestor of the Wang family, the slayer of the fallen god Palace, and the others all spat out blood. They were injured by this terrifying power. The ancient golden characters on the great emperor's decree shone with divine light, and they swept down like golden swords. Jun Tianming held the great emperor's decree in his hand. Although he was only a chaotic Tao master, he was able to make the other 6 chaotic Tao masters fall back and cough out blood, especially the ancient ancestor of the Wang family. His vitality was already declining, and he did not have much time left. Now that he was injured, his life was like a candle in the wind. Ancient ancestor. On Wang family's side, many cultivators were crying out in grief, miserable and miserable. Wang Yuanba was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and his hair was disheveled. He did not expect the Wang family to fall to this point. He did not expect the Jun family to have such a strong foundation. What he didn't expect was Jun Xiaoyao and his emperor's court. Jun Xiaoyao and the Jun family were far beyond Wang Yuanba's expectations. On the other side, Jun Tianming glanced at the ancient ancestor of the Wang family and shook his head. Since half of your body is already in the ground, let me send you on your way. Jun Tianming activated the great emperor's decree and focused on attacking the ancient ancestor of the Wang family. The ancient ancestor of the Wang family tried his best to resist. The chaotic Tao law filled the void, and he seemed to control a terrifying power that could destroy the world between his fingers. However, under the suppression of Jun Tianming and the great emperor's decree, the ancient ancestor of the Wang family was powerless. His body began to crumble inch by inch. However, after the crack, the chaotic Tao law filled the air, and as if time was reversed, his body began to heal. Is this the chaotic Tao master's technique? Many people were shocked to see the state of the ancient ancestor of the Wang family, as expected of a terrifying 7th-level supreme being. His means were truly breathtaking. Humph, your final struggle. In response, Jun Tianming's old eyes showed a hint of mockery. After a while, the great emperor's decree vibrated again. The ancient ancestor of the Wang family's body was torn apart again, and drops of Tao master blood fell, annihilating the living beings below. I can't accept this. The ancient ancestor of the Wang family roared in grief and anger. He was not only angry because he was about to die, but also because of the fate of the Wang family. If he died, would the Wang family still survive? This is the consequence of messing with the Jun family. There was no trace of compassion in Jun Tianming's eyes. If he did not punish the Wang family as an example, the world would think that the Jun family was easy to bully. Splat. In the end, under the might of the great emperor's decree, the ancient ancestor of the Wang family's body crumbled inch by inch. Endless Tao law rushed out and then collapsed instantly. At this level of cultivation, every inch of the body contained Tao law. However, the golden light from the great emperor's decree fell like a sword that cut through the sky, cutting off all the divine chains of the ancient ancestor of the Wang family's vitality completely. His physical body's Tao law, together with the primordial spirit's Tao law, collapsed like chains breaking. His life was ended. The ancient ancestor of the Wang family exploded. The space around him turned into a chaotic void, and the Tao law was broken. This was the terrifying scene when a Tao master died. The world was in chaos and returned to nothingness. The area turned into a vacuum, indicating the fact that a chaotic Tao master had died. The ancient ancestor of the Wang family had died. Chapter 517. At this moment, everyone in the Wang family felt as if the sky had collapsed. However, for the Wang family, the sky had indeed collapsed. Even the pillars that supported the sky had collapsed. Could the Wang family still survive? Wang Yuanba's heart trembled violently. His blood flowed backward, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He stared at Jun Xiaoyao. The source of all this was Jun Xiaoyao. Feeling Wang Yuanba's murderous intent, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was cold. Before he could speak, Fang Xunyang twisted her slim waist, broke through the void, and blasted a palm toward Wang Yuanba. Wang Yuanba naturally could not resist the attack of a supreme, mystic venerable. In less than 2 moves, Wang Yuanba was killed by Fang Xunyang amidst a miserable howl. You really have a death wish. Fang Xunyang clapped her jade-like hands, a trace of disdain in her beautiful eyes. Jun Xiaoyao looked at this scene and sighed softly. The Wang family is completely finished. It was not only the Wang family that was finished. The other 5 chaotic Tao masters were also in an extremely bad situation. Jun Tianming could suppress the 5 of them with the great emperor's decree. Then Jun Tianming began to target the next person. The chaotic Tao master of the ancient crocodile lake did not hold on for long. He also followed in the footsteps of the Wang family's ancient ancestor. In an unwilling roar, his physical body collapsed, and the rules were destroyed. Then, the chaotic Tao masters of the ancient Qilin cave and the Wanhuang spirit mountain followed. They did not choose to escape because there was no way to escape. Their roots were in the Huangtian mystic realm. If they escaped alone, their clansmen and forces would be finished. Although there was no lack of top experts who were indifferent by nature and only wanted to live alone. But these ancient ancestors of the Archean royalty valued the continuation of their bloodline very much. Naturally, they could not watch the bloodline of their clan be completely cut off. As a result, the primal primal ancestors of the two primeval royal families had also perished. In the blink of an eye, only Azure Dragon of Zulong and the Killer Master of Fallen God Palace were left. It's over! Above the starry sky, the hearts of Long Han and the others turned cold when they saw this scene. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Archean royalty had lost its momentum. In this immortal battle, the scales of victory had already tilted towards the Jun family. The Jun family really can't be provoked. No wonder it's called the eighth most inconceivable thing. It's truly an eye-opener, and I feel that this isn't the full extent of the Jun family's strength, as expected of a force that has been passed down for countless eras. With the Battle of the Immortals coming to an end, which immortal force in the entire Huangtian mystic realm would dare to mess with the Jun family? The lords of various immortal forces in the Huangtian mystic realm sighed. They were wary of the Jun family, but at the same time they were in awe. Just as Jun Tianming was about to make another move to end this immortal battle once and for all, suddenly he felt an inexplicable sense of danger from the bottom of his heart. Jun Tianming's eyes instantly turned cold. He looked into the distance as if he could see through the endless void and see the scenes of other mystic realms. Do you really dare to do this? Jun Tianming's eyes were extremely cold. What's going on? Many old antiques and important figures also vaguely felt that something was wrong, just as everyone was extremely puzzled. In the depths of the distant starry sky, in another mystic realm, a terrifying dragon claw crossed countless stars and reached for the Huangtian mystic realm's emperor state. That dragon claw was incomparably huge and squeezed the starry sky. In front of this dragon claw, ancient planets of life were directly smashed into pieces and turned into drifting fragments in the dark universe. That aura, at this moment, in the Huangtian mystic realm, all the old antiques felt their scalps go numb, and the blood in their bodies seemed to be about to freeze. That dragon claw actually crossed the mystic realm to attack. What kind of terrifying means was this? Boundary Emperor. Some of the Supreme's mouths were trembling. That aura, that means that kind of pressure. There was no doubt that it was the power of a Boundary Emperor, and the one who attacked was a Boundary Emperor from another mystic realm. The Dragon King Palace. Jun Tianming's eyes revealed traces of coldness. He also knew in his heart that it was probably because of Zulong. After all, Zulong and the Dragon King Palace of that mystic realm had a faint relationship. Humph! So what if it's a Boundary Emperor? The immortal battle of my Jun family is not for the immortal forces of other mystic realms to interfere. Jun Tianming snorted coldly. The great emperor's decree hung high in the sky of the Huangtian mystic realm, like a golden canopy covering the sky. The huge dragon claw that crossed the endless starry sky collided with the great emperor's decree, bursting out billions of waves. This kind of wave was extremely shocking. The ripples that spread out caused the stars within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles to explode into powder. It's too terrifying. Is this the power of a Boundary Emperor? In the Huangtian mystic realm, countless creatures looked up at the void. The power of the great emperor's decree was unquestionable. With this decree, Jun Tianming could easily kill a chaotic Tao lord of the same level. But the dragon claw from the other mystic realms could resist the power of the great emperor's decree. This was the power of a supreme boundary emperor. But even so, the mysterious dragon claw could not break the great emperor's decree, let alone endanger the Jun family. Damn it, it's not enough. Long Han secretly gritted his teeth. If there were more reinforcements, there might be a chance for this immortal battle to turn the tables. Just as Long Han was thinking about this in his heart, in another mystic realm far away, a golden palm with a vast light broke through hundreds of millions of layers of space and reached for the Jun family. The Holy Gulen sect. Jun Tianming's face fell again. The Holy Gulen sect of the Huangtian mystic realm was a branch of the Holy Gulen sect. The Holy Gulen sect's main branch was not in the Huangtian mystic realm. It's the supreme bishop of the main branch coming to the rescue. Seeing this, the sacred leader's eyes showed a touch of relief. The supreme bishop of the main branch was a supreme boundary emperor who controlled the power of faith of hundreds of millions of creatures. The immortal battle in the Huangtian mystic realm was so great that it had already alarmed the other 8 mystic realms. At this moment, seeing that the branch of the Holy Gulen sect in the Huangtian mystic realm was in danger, the supreme bishop of the main branch of the Holy Gulen sect also came to the rescue. But that was not all. In another immortal realm, another black hand with a monstrous black mist and a murderous aura tore through the sky and arrived. Countless ancient planets with life and drifting stars along the way were smashed into powder by this black hand. The lineage of Hades. Jun Tianming's expression was extremely cold. Even he did not expect that these forces would be so bold as to interfere in the immortal battle of the Jun family. As expected, the lineage of Hades has come to the rescue. The slayer of the fallen god Pallas breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. The prince of Hades of the fallen god Pallas had the bloodline of the ancient one-armed Hades. In the end, he was killed by Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao had unknowingly become enemies with the lineage of Hades. However, whether it was the Dragon King Palace, the Holy Gulen sect, or the lineage of Hades, they were all ancient immortal forces that were comparable to the Jun family. The true lord of Gulen of the Holy Gulen sect and the one-armed Hades of the lineage of Hades. They were all legendary great emperors who were worthy of being worshipped as gods. But even a true deity wouldn't dare to touch the Jun family. At this moment, all forces in the Huangtian mystic realm were watching. Zulong, the fallen god Palace, the Holy Gulen sect, and other immortal forces were even more excited. They still had a chance to turn the tables. Jun Tianming could use the great emperor's decree to block the attack of the Dragon King Palace's boundary emperor. But it was impossible to block the bishop of the Holy Gulen sect and the terrifying powerhouses of the lineage of Hades. Everyone felt that this immortal battle might really come to an end. At the same time, in the distant starry sky, the corpse of the ancient winged dragon pulled a pitch-black coffin and drifted in the void of the universe for an unknown period of time. It might have been several eras, or even longer. But at this moment, when the Jun family was besieged, the pitch-black coffin began to tremble all of a sudden. Then the entire coffin was broken open. A leisurely voice suddenly sounded. "I have dreamed of thousands of autumns, but what year is it now?" As these ancient words were spoken, the entire universe was in an uproar. Endless chaotic chi of the universe, as well as the essence of the stars and the void spiritual chi, all rushed into the coffin. An old man who had been in a deep sleep for a long time slowly opened his eyes. He was wearing an ancient robe from an unknown number of eras as he slowly rose from the coffin. There seemed to be 2 ancient and vicissitudes of the universe hidden in his eyes. "You ignorant fool! How dare a mere first tribulation boundary emperor attack the Jun family?" This old man was the 6th patriarch of the Jun family, Jun Taishan, who had drifted in outer space for countless eras, waiting for the opportunity to attain Tao. Chapter 5:18. Among the ancestors of the Jun family, only some of the younger ancestors were sleeping in the Jun family's ancestral hall. As for the other ancient ancestors, they were either drifting in outer space or slumbering in some blessed land. They were waiting for an opportunity to achieve enlightenment. Jun Taixien, the sixth ancestor of the Jun family, was one of them. However, he was the ancestor closest to the Jun family. He was also responsible for protecting the Jun family. If the Jun family was attacked by terrifying experts, this ancestor would wake up from his slumber. At this moment, he saw the experts of the Dragon King Palace, the Gulen sect, and the Underworld King bloodline crossing the immortal realms to attack the Jun family. The sixth ancestor of the Jun family's eyes were filled with coldness that could freeze the universe. Is it because the Jun family has been quiet for too long that the other immortal forces in the Nine Heavens immortal realm think that we can be bullied as they wish? Jun Taixien said coldly. The surrounding void of the universe trembled with his words. Jun Taixien made his move. He took out a peach wood sword. It looked tattered and decayed, but it had a terrifying power that could cut through everything in the world and cut off the river of time. Whoosh! Jun Taixien swung the peach wood sword horizontally. A terrifying sword aura that stretched for hundreds of millions of feet swept out. It seemed to cut half the sky and cut the void in half. The huge stars floating in the starry sky were shattered into pieces by the sword aura before they could even touch it. The terrifying sword aura swept toward the huge dragon claw. Puff! The Quasi-Emperor's dragon claw was cut in half with a single blow. Dragon blood splattered out, dyeing half of the starry sky crimson. Vaguely, a muffled groan and a surprised whisper came from that immortal realm. The sixth ancestor of the Jun family, the broken dragon claw, was retracted along with a fearful voice. This, the scene of the dragon claw being cut in half, was witnessed by almost every living thing in the Huangtian immortal realm. The Zulong Azure Dragon's eyes were filled with shock when he saw the Quasi-Emperor's dragon claw being cut in half by the terrifying sword aura that traveled across the universe. Supreme Longhan was even more dumbfounded. His heart was completely cold. The Jun family still has a foundation. Ancient ancestor Taixien has awakened. Jun Tianming smiled when he saw this. Everyone in the Huangtian mystic realm was shocked. However, before they could recover from their shock, two more astral swords that pierced through the starry sky swept over. One of them swept towards the Supreme Bishop of the Holy Church of Gulen. One of them swept towards the terrifying experts from the Nether King bloodline. Boom! Their attacks collided, shattering the endless void. Even the sky was destroyed. How terrifying was a battle between quasi-emperors! Even though it was only in the outer realm, the terrifying fluctuations made the countless beings in the Huangtian mystic realm shudder in fear. It felt as if the universe had been destroyed and turned into dust. The two quasi-emperors also stopped, not daring to overstep their boundaries. Humph! The Jun family will remember this. Jun Taixien stood in the middle of the universe, his face cold. The other ancestors of the Jun family were either in hibernation in faraway places or searching for opportunities in mysterious places. Therefore, it was not appropriate for the Jun family to cross the immortal realms and launch an Interrealm war at the moment. However, just because they couldn't do it now didn't mean they couldn't do it in the future. The grudge had been formed. Jun Taixien looked at the Huangtian mystic realm again, his eyes flashing with disdain. Now, any Tom, Dick, and Harry dares to provoke my Jun family? As soon as Jun Taixien finished speaking, he swung the rotten peach wood sword in his hand again. A horrifying astral sword, filled with the rules of sword, pierced through the Huangtian mystic realm. It was heading towards the Zulong of the Hong Prefecture. Strictly speaking, Zulong was the one who started the battle of the immortals. At this moment, all the remaining beings in the Zulong of the Hong Prefecture felt a terrifying, heavenly might descend. It was as if the apocalypse was about to engulf them in the Zulong. Not only the Zulong, but most of the beings in the entire Hong Prefecture also felt a destructive force. 99% of the living beings in Hong State were from the archaic races. When they felt the destructive power, their eyes were filled with fear, and their minds were shaken to the core. Boom! The astral sword, filled with the rules of sword, fell on the Hong prefecture. The mountains and rivers boiled, and the continent sank as if it had been split into countless plates. The entire Hong province, together with the lair of Zulong, was annihilated into nothingness by the sword. Countless beings from the far ancient races were crushed into dust by the rules of sword. It was only one sword. The entire Hong prefecture was destroyed. The 3,000 prefectures of the Huangtian mystic realm became 2,999 prefectures. This was the power of an emperor candidate. The beings in the Zulong prefecture turned pale at the sight of this. Their eyes were filled with despair. The old azure dragon even let out a roar toward the sky. It was furious to the extreme. Long Han Supreme's eyes were also filled with despair. The Zulong prefecture was doomed. Let this battle of the immortals end here. Jun Tianming shook his head slightly. Jun Taishuan's means had shocked all the forces. Even the leaders of the immortal forces of the other mystic realms were shocked and didn't dare to cross the line. After swinging the sword, Jun Tianxin yawned and lay back in the coffin. The pitch-black coffin fell silent again. The corpse of the winged dragon pulled it and continued to drift in the universe. Perhaps the next time Jun Taishan woke up would be when the Jun family crossed the mystic realms and started the battle of the immortals. At this point, the outcome of the battle of the immortals was obvious. Everyone knew that the 7 immortal forces were finished. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, had a deep look in his eyes as he looked at the universe in the sky. How dare you interfere with the battle of the immortals of the Jun family? I, the Son of God, will remember this. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. Jun Xiaoyao only wanted to kill the immortals who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak up on him. If he had the ability in the future, he would destroy the immortals, even if he had to cross the mystic realms. As for the top geniuses of the immortals, if Jun Xiaoyao encountered them on the Emperor's Road in the future, he wouldn't hold back. Jun Xiaoyao didn't need to do anything in the following battles. Everything had come to an end. The 7 immortals had lost their momentum and could only flee in panic. Azure Dragon of Zulong and the Slayer of the Fallen God Palace were also killed by Jun Tianming with the Great Emperor's decree. Long Han and the others were also besieged by the ancestors of the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao's emperor's court also swept the area. The armies of the 7 immortals fled in panic, leaving behind countless corpses. Blood flowed on the ground, and corpses piled up into mountains. The entire sky of the Huangtian mystic realm was covered in a bloody mist. The original territory of Hong State had become a huge, deep pit. All kinds of terrifying sword qi and astral winds howled and roared. Even though countless years had passed, it was impossible for any living beings to step into this area. This was because they would be destroyed by the rule of sword left behind. The outcome of the Battle of the Immortals had been decided. What the Jun family and Emperor's court had to do next was to eliminate the weeds and harvest the spoils of war. Chapter 519. The Battle of the Immortals that had shaken the entire Huangtian mystic realm and even the 9 heavens mystic realm had finally come to an end. The wind, forest, fire, mountain, Gantian sacred guards, and the immortal ancient army of the Jun family chased after the armies of the 7 immortals for 7 days, across more than a dozen prefectures. Countless corpses and bones were piled up along the way, and blood gathered into rivers that meandered on the ground. Countless mountains were shattered, and there were many cracks on the ground, like a huge rift valley, winding all over. It could be said that the Battle of the Immortals had a far-reaching impact. It was a vast battle that was enough to be recorded in history. This battle caused a huge loss to the Archean royalty. Zulong was directly destroyed by Jun Taishuan's sword. Wan Huang's Spirit Mountain, Qilin Ancient Cave, and Ancient Crocodile Lake were also attacked by the Jun family's army. although they still had some strength left. And with the help of various protective arrays, they were just cornered beasts struggling before death. As for the remaining members of the sacred sect, a wormhole suddenly opened while they were fleeing. The remaining strength of the sacred sect, along with the scepter of light, was sucked into it. Many people's eyelids twitched when they saw this. It was probably the sacred sect of Gulen's method. There was also a black vortex on the side of the fallen god palace, which also took away the fallen god bell and a small number of the fallen god palace's experts. It was the method of the Nether King bloodline. As for the Wang family, they weren't so lucky. Jun Xiaoyao personally led the forces of the Jun family to attack the Wang family. The Wang family also had a few remaining experts who stayed in their ancestral land, and there was a powerful protective array. However, in front of an old blind man and the other 3 supreme mystic venerables, this resistance was just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Soon, the army of the Jun family attacked the Wang family. One had to admit that the ancestral land of an immortal ancient force was very magnificent. There was a fairy island floating in the void, and waterfalls fell down like silver chains. Celestial flowers spat out clouds. Auspicious grass competed with each other, and spiritual birds and beasts jumped around. Looking at this paradise, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly, "Remember, you're from the Jun family. You can't take a single needle or a piece of thread." Ao Tsangyuan, the Li Xian, and the others all revealed confused looks upon hearing those words. When did Jun Xiaoyao become so kind? Then Jun Xiaoyao coughed dryly. But apart from a single needle and thread, everything else must be burned, looted, and killed. Some of the ancestors from the immortal races were speechless. However, there was an inner taste. Jun Xiaoyao was still the same old Jun Xiaoyao. He hadn't changed at all. Would one still be human if they didn't exploit their enemies to the very end? However, it was a good thing for the Emperor dynasty. When the monarch imperial court was first established, it was in need of resources. The Wang family and the other immortal powers had started the War of the Immortals, which meant that they were giving up their resources to the Jun family and the Emperor's Hall. Very soon, the monarch dynasty's troops arrived at the Wang clan and slaughtered them all. There were all kinds of precious herbs, sacred pills, ancient sacred weapons, divine ability jade slips, ancient weapons, and so on. Apart from a small portion that was destroyed by the Wang family, the rest of the resources fell into the hands of the monarch dynasty. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about these resources. With his current vision, he wouldn't be interested in anything unless it was something he really needed. Apart from the monarch dynasty, the Jun family's troops also began to massacre all the forces that participated in the war. Zulong had been destroyed, so there was no need to talk about it. Wan Huang Spirit Mountain, Qilin Ancient Cave, and Ancient Crocodile Lake were also destroyed by the Jun family's Gantian sacred guards. Apart from a few survivors of the fallen god palace and the saint sect who escaped through the wormhole, most of the others were killed. As for the imperial weapons, the Phoenix Wing Golden Centipede, Qilin Wheel, Wild Crocodile Tooth, and Northern Emperor Ruler, they all fell into the hands of the Jun family. The ancestral Dragon Chopper, Fallen God Bell, and Scepter of Light broke into the void on their own. They must have been secretly taken by the Dragon King Palace, the lineage of the Nether King, and the Saint sect of Gulen. However, the Jun family didn't lack imperial weapons at all, so they didn't really care. What was left were the prefectures occupied by the 7 immortal powers. The Jun family had also taken over large tracts of land. All kinds of resources were taken away by the Jun family. At this point, the Jun family's strength skyrocketed again. Other than that, the Demon Ox Mountain, the Cave of Silks, the Snake King Valley, and other far ancient royal families were also destroyed by the Jun family's followers. The Jun family didn't take over the resources and territories of the far ancient royal families. Instead, they directly distributed them to the affiliated forces, such as the Purple Mansion, Sacred Ground, the 4 Symbols Ancient Kingdom, and so on. The leaders of these forces were also very happy. They did not have to pay a high price to obtain such rich resources. Their loyalty to the Jun family had undoubtedly increased once again. The immortal battle made the Jun family, which already had a rich foundation, even more powerful. From now on, the immortal powers of the Huangtian mystic realm will probably have to rely on the Jun family. That's right, unless they have the foundation of a quasi-emperor, which immortal powers would dare to provoke the Jun family. Many leaders of the immortal powers sighed. In the little western paradise, an ancient monk sighed. It said that good will be rewarded with good and evil with evil. Nothing can escape karma. However, the son of God of the Jun family killed Fahai and Miao Wuxin, but he didn't receive any punishment. Although Fahai and the others were also at fault, the Jun family has the ability to control and even cut off karma. Such a force is too terrifying. A few ancient monks in the little western paradise sighed. The Jun family didn't fall into the mortal world and was independent of karma. In addition, the Ji family and the Yi family also began to reevaluate the Jun family's strength, especially the Ji family, who had always been ambitious and wanted to take the Jun family's position as one of the three families. Now it seemed that the Ji family was indeed dreaming. Unless the great emperor of the Ji family, who wielded the void mirror, returned to the mortal world, there was no way they could compete with the Jun family. The Jiang family was proud of this. Jiang Daoshu smiled and said the smartest decision that the Jiang family made was to be tied to the Jun family through marriage for generations. Of course, the Jiang family had a strong foundation, and they didn't just take advantage of the Jun family. If the Jun family was in danger, the Jiang family wouldn't stay out of it. In addition, the immortal sect, the demonic sect, the demon god palace, and other immortal powers also reevaluated the Jun family. The elder of the demonic sect was regretful. If they had taken the initiative to help the Jun family, they might have been able to eat a big mouthful of meat now. Unfortunately, the Jun family wouldn't let forces that didn't contribute have a share of the pie. At this point, the battle of the immortals that swept across the Huangtian mystic realm officially came to an end. Countless creatures in the Huangtian mystic realm were talking about this battle of the immortals. They were amazed at the Jun family's unfathomable foundation. There was also a name that couldn't be ignored. It was none other than Jun Xiaoyao,